Hey, I'm glad you made it here tonight. One thing I've started noticing lately is how many of you check in from different places around the world. Yet somehow these episodes end up becoming part of the same quiet moment at the end of the day. I really appreciate that more than I probably say. So wherever you're listening from tonight, welcome. This episode is another real true crime case, and I'll go through it slowly, keeping things calm and steady, so you can just listen without needing to focus too hard. And if you've been returning to these episodes night after night, subscribing just keeps this little space easy to come back to. All right, this is episode 156. Let's begin. The call came from a payphone beside a closed gas station just after 3 in the morning. The man on the line did not identify himself. He simply told dispatchers they should send police to a farmhouse outside the town of Hastings because something terrible had happened there. When the operator asked for details, the caller paused for several seconds before quietly saying there were bodies inside the house and that officers should not enter the barn alone. Then the line disconnected. At first, deputies believed it might be a cruel prank or intoxicated caller because the farmhouse belonged to the Turner family, people widely known in the area for being quiet, hardworking, and deeply private. The property sat isolated beyond long stretches of farmland, nearly 20 minutes outside town. Neighbors rarely visited unexpectedly because the nearest house stood almost half a mile away, separated by empty fields and gravel roads. But officers still responded. As patrol cars approached the property before dawn, nothing immediately looked wrong. Lights remained off inside the farmhouse. The truck belonging to 54-year-old Daniel Turner sat, parked beside the garage exactly where it usually did. No signs of forced entry appeared around the home. No movement came from inside. The silence itself felt strange. One deputy later described the property as unnaturally still, even for rural farmland before sunrise. When officers entered through the unlocked front door, they found Daniel Turner dead near the kitchen table from a gunshot wound to the head. Coffee had spilled across the floor beside him and hardened partially overnight. A chair near the table had been knocked sideways, as though he attempted to stand suddenly before collapsing. But Daniel was not alone in the house. His wife Elaine was discovered upstairs inside the bedroom. She had also been shot. Detectives moving through the farmhouse initially believed they were looking at a murder-suicide until they noticed something impossible to explain. A third dinner plate remained set on the kitchen counter downstairs beside 2 used glasses and an open bottle of whiskey. Someone else had clearly spent time with the Turners before the killings occurred. And according to neighbors, nobody ever visited the property late at night. The bar mentioned during the anonymous phone call stood several yards behind a farmhouse, partially hidden behind farming equipment and storage sheds. When investigators approached it after sunrise, they immediately saw drag marks in the dirt leading toward the side entrance. Inside, beneath heavy canvas coverings used for machinery, police discovered the body of a young man later identified as 27-year-old Eric Nolan. He had been beaten severely before being shot execution style. Now investigators faced 3 connected deaths instead of 2. What made the case especially difficult during the early days was the relationship between the victims. Eric Nolan had no obvious connection to the Turner family publicly. He lived nearly 80 miles away in Omaha and worked irregular construction jobs. Detectives spent days reconstructing how he ended up inside a remote farmhouse with 2 older landowners shortly before all 3 died violently. The answer emerged through financial records. Daniel Turner had secretly invested large amounts of money into illegal gambling operations run through private poker networks across Nebraska and Kansas. Eric Nolan occasionally worked security and debt collection connected to those games. Phone records showed repeated contact between the 2 men during the weeks leading up to the murders. Then investigators uncovered another detail. Daniel Turner had withdrawn nearly $90,000 in cash shortly before the killings. The money was gone. Detectives began piecing together a theory involving robbery and escalating violence during a late-night meeting at the farmhouse. According to prosecutors later, Eric Nolan likely arrived expecting payment or settlement connected to gambling debts. But another individual had also been there that night. someone still unidentified at that stage. Forensic teams recovered partial boot impressions near the barn and cigarette, but containing DNA from an unknown male. More importantly, ballistic evidence revealed at least 2 separate firearms were used during the murders. This was not murder-suicide. It was a meeting that turned into multiple homicide. The breakthrough came nearly 4 months later after a traffic stop in Missouri involving a man named Caleb Mercer. Officers searching his vehicle during an unrelated arrest discovered a revolver ballistically linked to shell casings recovered inside the Turner farmhouse. Mercer had a long history involving armed robbery, illegal gambling enforcement, and violent assault charges stretching back years. Investigators soon connected him to Eric Nolan through shared criminal associates. Under interrogation, Mercer denied involvement repeatedly until detectives confronted him with phone tower data, placing him near the farmhouse during the exact hours of the murders. Gradually, the story emerged. According to prosecutors, Daniel Turner arranged a late-night cash exchange connected to gambling debts owed through underground betting operations. Eric Nolan arrived expecting payment. Mercer accompanied him secretly, intending to steal the money once inside the farmhouse. Something went wrong. Investigators believed Daniel resisted after realizing Mercer was armed. The confrontation escalated quickly. Daniel was shot first near the kitchen. Elaine Turner, hearing the violence upstairs, was killed moments later after attempting to flee or call police. Eric Nolan himself then became a problem. Prosecutors argued Mercer murdered him inside the barn afterward to eliminate witnesses and keep the stolen money entirely for himself. The anonymous payphone call remained one of the strangest parts of the investigation. Detectives eventually concluded Mercer likely made the call himself hours later after panic began setting in. Investigators believed he feared the bodies would remain undiscovered too long. At trial, prosecutors presented forensic reconstruction, financial evidence, ballistic matches, and phone records mapping Mercer's movements throughout the night. Witnesses from gambling circles testified regarding mounting disputes over money and threats made before the killings. Mercer was convicted on 3 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Next story. Rain kept dripping through the broken ceiling tiles long after the nightclub had closed for the night. Employees moving through the building during cleanup later said the sound echoed strangely through the empty dance floor because almost everything else inside the club had gone silent hours earlier. Music was off. Lights were dimmed. Chairs sat upside down on tables near the bar. Only a few workers remained, finishing inventory and collecting bottles before locking up. That was when one of them noticed blood near the service hallway behind the kitchen. At first it looked minor. Maybe someone cut themselves during cleanup. But the trail continued farther than expected, disappearing beneath a steel security door leading toward the basement storage rooms. Police responding to the scene discovered 26-year-old Adriana Vega dead inside a locked utility room beneath the club. She had worked there as a bartender for less than 8 months. The condition of the scene immediately troubled investigators because nothing about it suggested impulsive violence. Adriana's belongings had been placed neatly beside the wall, almost as though someone paused afterward to organize the room deliberately. Her phone was missing. Security cameras covering the basement corridor had also been disabled approximately 40 minutes before the estimated time of death. Whoever killed her understood the building. The nightclub sat in downtown Phoenix, surrounded by constant nightlife traffic, crowded sidewalks, and late-night noise. Investigators quickly realized the killer likely depended on that environment because screams or disturbances inside the club could easily disappear beneath music and street noise outside. At first, detectives focused heavily on employees. Dozens of staff moved through the building every weekend. Bartenders, security workers, DJs, kitchen staff, managers, delivery drivers. Nearly everyone inside the club had some access to restricted hallways or basement areas. But one employee immediately drew attention during interviews. Marcus Doyle, 39 years old, head of nighttime security, former corrections officer. Co-workers described him as disciplined but intimidating, the type of man who watched people constantly even during casual conversations. Several employees later admitted Adriana seemed uncomfortable around him during her final weeks working there. One waitress recalled Adriana privately complaining that Doyle lingered near her car after shifts ended and occasionally texted her late at night, despite her never encouraging him. When detectives questioned Doyle, he remained calm almost to the point of appearing rehearsed. He claimed he spent most of the evening controlling crowds near the front entrance and denied being near the basement at any point that night. But surveillance footage from nearby hallways contradicted him almost immediately. Investigators recovered partial recordings from backup systems showing Doyle walking toward the service corridor shortly before cameras went dark. Then came the forensic evidence. Tiny blood traces matching Adriana were discovered inside a storage closet security staff frequently used near the basement entrance. More importantly, investigators uncovered evidence that someone attempted cleanup after the murder. Bleach residue appeared on concrete flooring. Mop buckets had been emptied unusually late. Security logs were altered manually after midnight. The case shifted rapidly from suspicious death to targeted homicide. As detectives reconstructed Adriana's final hours, they learned she planned to quit the nightclub within days. Friends said she recently became frightened after discovering someone repeatedly accessed her locker and personal belongings during shifts. She reportedly suspected Doyle, but hesitated reporting him formally because he supervised building security itself. Then investigators uncovered something worse. A search of Doyle's apartment revealed hidden photographs of multiple female employees taken without their knowledge inside parking garages, staff hallways, and nearby streets. Several images focused specifically on Adriana over many months. Detectives also found handwritten notes documenting employee schedules, routines, and vehicle information. The material painted a deeply disturbing picture of surveillance and obsession escalating quietly behind the scenes of the nightclub. During interrogation, Doyle denied murdering Adriana, but gradually admitted he confronted her in the basement after learning she intended to leave her job. Prosecutors later argued the confrontation turned violent after Adriana threatened to report his behavior publicly. The medical examiner determined Adriana died from strangulation following blunt force trauma during a prolonged struggle inside the utility room. At trial, prosecutors presented a timeline showing Doyle disabling cameras before following Adriana downstairs near closing time. Forensic specialists demonstrated how cleanup efforts failed to remove microscopic blood traces and shoe impressions linking directly back to security equipment issued only to Doyle. The defense attempted to argue another unknown person entered the basement during the crowded nightclub hours, but digital records destroyed much of that theory. Security badge activity, hallway movement, and altered surveillance timestamps all pointed toward one person controlling the area during the exact window of the murder. Marcus Doyle was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. Former employees later described how unsettling the nightclub felt after the case became public. Many realized ordinary interactions they once ignored suddenly carried darker meaning afterward. Doyle had spent years moving through crowds appearing protective and professional while secretly monitoring women working around him. Investigators especially remembered the basement itself. The music from upstairs still vibrated faintly through the ceiling while they processed the scene during early morning hours. Above them, downtown traffic continued normally. Bars emptied. People laughed outside on sidewalks. Rideshare cars lined the streets. And beneath all that noise, hidden behind a locked utility door under the nightclub, detectives uncovered the evidence of a murder carefully concealed inside a building still filled with lingering music and rainwater dripping through broken ceiling tiles. Next story. By the time the bartender realized the man sitting in the corner booth had been there for almost 6 hours without touching his second drink, the snow outside had already buried most of the parking lot in silence. The bar itself sat along a highway outside Duluth, Minnesota, the kind of roadside place where truck drivers, mechanics, and exhausted travelers drifted through at all hours without attracting much attention. Nobody remembered exactly when the man arrived because he blended into the room too easily. Mid-40s, heavy winter coat, short beard beginning to gray, quiet but polite whenever staff spoke to him. What people remembered later was the suitcase. It never left his side. Even when he walked to the restroom, he carried it with him. At around 1:40 in the morning, the man finally stood, paid cash, nodded toward the bartender, and disappeared into the snowstorm outside. Nobody inside the building realized they had spent the evening serving coffee and whiskey to a man who had killed someone only hours earlier. The victim was 34-year-old Laura Bennett, a travel nurse from Wisconsin who had spent years moving between temporary hospital assignments across the Midwest. Friends described her as fiercely independent, careful, and experienced with long-distance travel. She knew which motels to avoid, rarely trusted strangers easily, and checked in constantly with family while driving between assignments. 3 days before Christmas in 2007, Laura stopped responding to calls while driving north toward a winter contract position in Minnesota. At first, relatives assumed weather delays explained the silence. Roads were dangerous that week. Multiple storms moved across state lines, causing closures and accidents. But when Laura failed to arrive at the hospital expecting her, concern escalated quickly because abandoning work without notice was completely unlike her. Her vehicle was eventually discovered abandoned near a rest stop 40 miles south of Duluth. Nothing looked obviously wrong from outside. The doors were locked. Her luggage remained inside. Her wallet still sat beneath the passenger seat untouched. But investigators noticed faint blood traces near the rear cargo area almost immediately. Snow and freezing temperatures preserved more evidence than the killer realized. Footwear impressions circled the vehicle repeatedly. Tire tracks from another truck showed signs of prolonged parking beside Laura's SUV before both vehicles left separately. Laura herself was gone. Detectives initially feared abduction by a passing stranger along the highway. Search teams combed forests, frozen drainage areas, and abandoned roadside properties for days without success. Then investigators discovered surveillance footage from a gas station approximately 20 miles away showing Laura speaking with a man driving a dark pickup truck shortly before her disappearance. The interaction appeared calm. That detail mattered. Laura did not look frightened or trapped. She stood beside the truck for several minutes, holding coffee while talking casually. At one point, she even smiled briefly at something the driver said. Investigators believe the man gained her trust by offering assistance during worsening weather conditions. The dark pickup became the center of the investigation. For nearly 2 weeks, detectives tracked vehicle registrations across Minnesota, Wisconsin, and northern Iowa, searching for trucks matching partial descriptions gathered from blurry surveillance images. Hundreds of leads collapsed. Winter storms destroyed possible evidence sites constantly. News coverage spread across the region while Laura's family waited for any sign she was alive. Then a highway patrol officer in North Dakota stopped a pickup connected to a traffic complaint involving erratic driving during icy conditions. The driver was 47-year-old Raymond Cutter. Inside the truck, officers noticed dark stains near the rear seat, partially hidden beneath blankets and tools. Cutter explained he transported deer carcasses recently after hunting with friends. But the explanation immediately felt wrong because investigators already knew Laura's blood type from samples recovered inside her SUV. Laboratory analysis confirmed the stains matched Laura Bennett. Detectives moved fast. When they searched Cutter's remote property outside Bismarck, they uncovered evidence hidden inside an equipment shed behind the house. Laura's winter coat, her cell phone broken into pieces, a travel bag containing hospital paperwork connected to her nursing assignment. Most importantly, investigators discovered signs of cleanup involving large amounts of bleach and burned fabric fragments near a fire pit behind a shed. Laura's body was eventually found buried beneath snow-covered debris several miles away near an abandoned logging road. The medical examiner determined she died from blunt force trauma followed by exposure to freezing temperatures after severe injury. Prosecutors later argued Cutter attacked her, after convincing her to follow him off the highway during the storm under the pretense of helping with road conditions. What made the case especially disturbing was how ordinary the initial encounter looked. A tired traveler, a helpful stranger, coffee at a gas station during a snowstorm. Nothing outwardly visible suggested violence waiting beneath the surface of that conversation. During interrogation, Cutter shifted through multiple stories. At first, he denied meeting Laura entirely. Then he claimed she entered his truck willingly before becoming hysterical during an argument. Eventually, forensic evidence dismantled every version he offered. Phone tower records mapped his movements alongside Laura's route. Fibers from her clothing were recovered inside his truck. Surveillance cameras captured both vehicles leaving the gas station within minutes of each other before disappearing into worsening weather. At trial, prosecutors described Cutter as a predator who exploited isolation, winter conditions, and the natural trust travelers sometimes place in strangers during emergencies. Witnesses testified about previous incidents where he approached women alone at truck stops and roadside businesses attempting prolonged conversations. The jury convicted him of kidnapping and first-degree murder. He received life imprisonment without parole. Next story. The woman in the surveillance footage never looked frightened. That detail bothered investigators from the very beginning because people expecting danger usually move differently. They hesitate near doors. They scan parking lots. They keep distance from strangers. But the woman walking through the hotel corridor shortly after midnight looked completely relaxed, carrying a small travel bag and a cup of coffee balanced in one hand while searching casually for her room key. She disappeared less than 10 minutes later. For nearly 2 weeks, nobody understood what happened inside room 214 of the Harbor View Motor Lodge outside Portland, Oregon. Housekeeping staff initially assumed the guest had simply left unexpectedly because the room remained locked from the outside and the Do Not Disturb sign stayed hanging on the handle day after day. It was not unusual for travelers to extend stays quietly or disappear early in the morning before staff noticed. What finally forced management to enter the room was the smell. Even before the door fully opened, employees realized something inside had gone terribly wrong. The victim was 31-year-old Melissa Grant, a pharmaceutical sales representative traveling regularly across the Pacific Northwest for work. She had been bound and killed inside the room before being partially concealed beneath blankets and mattresses stacked unnaturally against the far wall. Investigators later said the scene looked less like a rushed homicide and more like someone attempting to delay discovery as long as possible while buying time to escape. But the killer made one major mistake. He used his own vehicle in the motel parking lot. Security cameras from nearby businesses captured a dark blue Chevrolet sedan entering shortly before Melissa arrived and leaving approximately 40 minutes after investigators believed she died. Detectives spent weeks tracing registrations through damaged partial license plate images until they narrowed the vehicle to a man named Thomas Kearney from Washington State. At first glance, Kearney looked deeply unremarkable. 48 years old, divorced, former shipping supervisor, no major violent criminal history. Neighbors described him as quiet, slightly withdrawn, but polite enough during ordinary conversations. Yet when detectives searched his apartment, they uncovered evidence suggesting Melissa Grant may not have been his first victim. Inside storage containers hidden beneath old furniture, investigators discovered jewelry, identification cards, motel receipts, and handwritten notes connected to multiple women across several states. Some items belonged to missing persons cases dating back years. Suddenly, the motel murder became part of something much larger. Detectives from Oregon, Washington, and Idaho began reopening unsolved disappearances involving women traveling alone near highway routes. Patterns slowly emerged involving budget motels, business travel schedules, and victims last seen entering rooms willingly with someone they appeared comfortable around. Kearney understood how to appear safe. That became one of the most disturbing aspects of the investigation. Witnesses repeatedly described him as calm and soft-spoken, Several women who survived encounters with him later told investigators he approached conversations carefully, often pretending to be lonely or needing help with directions before gradually building trust. Unlike offenders who relied on immediate violence, Kearney appeared patient. Very patient. Prosecutors later argued he specifically targeted women accustomed to traveling alone because they were used to temporary interactions with strangers and less likely to become alarmed quickly inside hotels or roadside locations. The forensic case against him grew rapidly. Fibers recovered from Melissa Grant's clothing matched blankets inside Kearney's apartment. DNA evidence connected him directly to the motel room. Investigators also recovered handwritten journals describing fantasies involving control, confinement, and surveillance of women in transit. The journals horrified detectives because many entries appeared methodical rather than emotional. Distances between towns, motel layouts, parking visibility, shift changes for hotel staff. He documented details the way someone might organize business records rather than crimes. As the investigation expanded, authorities connected him to at least 3 additional murders and several suspected disappearances stretching back more than a decade. One case involved a woman who vanished during a work trip through Spokane in 1998 after calling family from a roadside motel, saying she had met a friendly man downstairs who recommended a restaurant nearby. Her body was never found. Another involved a college administrator who disappeared while driving alone through Idaho. Witnesses remembered seeing her speaking casually with a man matching Kearney's description near vending machines late at night. At trial, prosecutors focused heavily on the calculated nature of the crimes. This was not impulsive violence. It was structured predatory behavior built around routine travel patterns and temporary environments where victims became isolated naturally from friends and family. Hotels, highways, and business routes created anonymity that Kearney exploited for years. Melissa Grant's final movements became central to the prosecution's timeline because investigators reconstructed nearly every minute leading into room 214. Security footage showed her laughing briefly at something Kearney said near the vending area before walking upstairs beside him, completely unaware she would never leave alive. The jury convicted Thomas Kearney on multiple counts of murder. He received several consecutive life sentences without parole. Even after sentencing, investigators continued reviewing older cold cases potentially connected to his travel history. Some detectives believe the true number of victims might never be known because many disappearances involving adult travelers received limited national attention at the time. Years later, former motel employees still describe how unsettling the scene felt after discovery. The television remained on low volume. The coffee cup still sat near the bedside table. A pair of shoes waited neatly beside the bed, exactly where Melissa left them after entering the room, believing she was completely safe for the night. Next story. The voicemail lasted only 14 seconds. There was no screaming, no clear threat, just a woman's voice sounding confused and slightly out of breath, saying she would call back later because something strange was happening outside the house. That call became the final confirmed contact anyone ever had with 32-year-old Lynn Schochner. By the time police entered her home 2 days later, the living room looked almost untouched. Lamps still glowed softly near the couch. A television murmured quietly in the background. One cup of coffee sat half-finished on a side table beside an open magazine. Nothing about the scene suggested panic or violent intrusion. But detectives noticed one thing immediately. The front door was unlocked. Friends later explained Lynn never left doors unlocked, especially at night. She lived alone in a quiet residential area outside Milwaukee and followed routines so carefully that even small changes stood out quickly to people close to her. When she stopped answering calls and failed to appear for work, concern spread almost immediately. The deeper investigators moved through the house, the stranger the scene became. Her purse remained inside. Her keys were still hanging near the kitchen entrance. Shoes she wore daily sat beside the staircase, untouched. It looked less like someone had left voluntarily and more like ordinary life had simply stopped in the middle of an evening. Then forensic teams discovered traces of blood beneath the edge of a hallway rug. Not enough for a visible stain, just tiny droplets someone had tried hard to clean. The luminol reaction revealed additional wiped areas extending toward the garage entrance. Investigators now believed Lynn had been attacked inside the home before being removed afterward. Attention quickly focused on a man named Curtis Miller. Miller had dated Lynn briefly months earlier before the relationship ended badly. Friends described him as increasingly obsessive afterward, frequently calling her, appearing unexpectedly near her workplace, and refusing to accept the breakup fully. Detectives learned Lynn had recently told friends she felt uncomfortable because Miller continued contacting her despite repeated requests to stop. When police interviewed him, he appeared calm and cooperative. Too calm, according to one detective later involved in the case. He claimed he had not seen Lynn recently and spent the evening alone at his apartment. But investigators quickly identified problems with his timeline. Surveillance footage from a nearby gas station captured his truck driving toward Lynn's neighborhood around the estimated time of her disappearance. Then forensic analysts examined the garage, hidden beneath cleaning chemicals and recent repainting attempts. They recovered additional blood evidence matching Lynn's DNA. Tire impressions also suggested a vehicle had been backed unusually close to the garage entrance shortly after the attack likely occurred. But Lynn herself was still missing. Search teams spent days combing wooded areas, drainage sites, and isolated roads outside Milwaukee. Detectives reconstructed Miller's movements through fuel receipts, toll cameras, and cell phone tower data. Gradually, a pattern emerged showing repeated travel toward a remote quarry area nearly 70 miles away. That location finally broke the case open. Buried beneath construction debris and branches, investigators discovered Lynn's body. The concealment showed planning. Whoever transported her there chose a place rarely visited and difficult to search efficiently. But heavy rainfall exposed disturbed soil sooner than expected, allowing investigators to notice irregularities in the terrain during aerial review. The medical examiner confirmed Lynn died from blunt force trauma inflicted inside the house before transportation. At trial, prosecutors argued Miller became enraged after losing control over the relationship. Witnesses testified about escalating behavior leading up to the murder, including unwanted visits, obsessive phone calls, and visible anger over Lynn distancing herself. The prosecution's strongest evidence came from reconstruction. The clean blood traces, the surveillance footage, the vehicle movement, the garage evidence, the burial site. Individually, each detail looked small. Together, they formed a timeline impossible to explain away. The defense argued there was no eyewitness to the murder itself and challenged aspects of the forensic interpretation. But jurors ultimately sided with prosecutors after seeing the full sequence reconstructed step by step. Curtis Miller was convicted of first-degree intentional homicide and sentenced to life imprisonment. Investigators later reflected on how deceptively normal the house appeared when they first entered it. No shattered furniture, no overturned tables, no dramatic signs of struggle. Just a quiet home where routine objects remained exactly where they belonged while evidence of violence hid beneath careful cleanup attempts. Cases like this disturb detectives because they reveal how much effort some killers invest afterward, trying to restore normal appearance. The coffee remained on the table. The lights stayed on. The television continued playing softly in the background, as though maintaining ordinary surroundings could somehow erase what had happened only hours earlier inside the hallway, leading toward the garage. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a routine drive home after work, a disappearance that confused investigators for weeks before small pieces of overlooked evidence slowly revealed a carefully concealed murder. In the autumn of 2005, the town of Springfield, Missouri, was moving through a typical weekday routine. Traffic flowed steadily through the main roads as people finished work and returned home for the evening. Among them was 35-year-old insurance agent Kevin Marshall. Kevin had worked for the same regional insurance company for nearly 10 years and was known by coworkers as someone who kept a steady routine. Most evenings he left the office around 5:30, drove the same route home, and spent the night with his wife and young daughter. Because his schedule rarely changed, the events of October 18th stood out immediately when something went wrong. That evening, Kevin left the office at 5:42 p.m. Security cameras in the building's parking garage captured him getting into his sedan and driving out toward the main road. One coworker waved goodbye as he pulled away. He never arrived home. When Kevin did not appear by 7 o'clock, his wife initially assumed he had been delayed by work or traffic. But when several phone calls went straight to voicemail and no messages were returned, concern began to grow. By the following morning, when he also failed to appear at the office, police were contacted and a missing person investigation began. Detectives started by tracing Kevin's last known movements after leaving work. Traffic cameras along his usual route showed his car passing through several intersections exactly as expected. But the final camera in the sequence captured something unusual. Kevin's sedan suddenly turned off the normal route toward a quiet industrial district several miles away from his home. Investigators had no immediate explanation for why he would go there. 2 days later, a patrol officer discovered Kevin's car parked behind an empty storage building in that same industrial area. The vehicle was locked and appeared untouched from the outside. Inside, however, investigators noticed something troubling. Kevin's phone and briefcase were sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians examined the interior of the car. Under specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood on the driver's side door and along the steering wheel. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Kevin. The discovery shifted the investigation from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining people connected to Kevin's life. Co-workers described him as professional and easy to work with. Financial records showed no major problems or debts. His family relationships appeared stable. For several days, investigators struggled to identify anyone who might have had a motive to harm him. The first major lead came from a witness who worked in a warehouse near the location where Kevin's car had been found. The worker told police that on the evening Kevin disappeared, he had seen another vehicle parked near the storage building around 6:30. It was a dark pickup truck, and the driver appeared to be speaking with someone standing near a sedan. The witness had not thought much about the moment at the time, assuming the two drivers were simply meeting. But after hearing about the investigation, he realized the sedan might have been Kevin's car. Detectives began searching for nearby surveillance footage that might have captured the pickup truck. After reviewing several cameras from surrounding businesses, they located footage showing a similar truck leaving the area shortly after the time the witness described. The license plate was partially visible. Investigators eventually traced the vehicle to a man named Robert Chandler. Chandler was 42 years old and owned a small contracting business that occasionally handled repair work for commercial buildings. When detectives looked deeper into his background, they discovered something that raised immediate suspicion. Several months earlier, Kevin's insurance company had denied a large property damage claim submitted by Chandler. Records showed Kevin had been the agent responsible for reviewing and rejecting the claim. Detectives brought Chandler in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had been frustrated about the insurance decision, but insisted he had never threatened Kevin. He also claimed he had not seen him recently. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Chandler in the industrial district at almost the exact time Kevin disappeared. When confronted with the phone data, Chandler said he had simply been driving through the area on his way to another job site. The explanation raised further suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A search warrant was issued for Chandler's pickup truck. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery of Kevin's sedan. Even more significant were faint blood traces on the passenger side floor mat. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Kevin. With the evidence mounting against him, Chandler was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic findings along with a witness statement, placing his truck near Kevin's car that evening. After several hours of questioning, his story began to unravel. Eventually, Chandler admitted that he had contacted Kevin earlier that day, asking to meet and discuss the insurance claim that had been denied. According to his statement, the two men agreed to meet in the industrial area after Kevin finished work. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument. During the confrontation, Chandler attacked Kevin. Realizing the seriousness of what he had done, he attempted to hide the crime by removing the body from the area and cleaning his truck. After hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had taken Kevin. Detectives followed him to a wooded section of land nearly 30 miles outside Springfield. There they discovered a shallow grave hidden beneath loose soil and branches. The remains were later confirmed to be Kevin Marshall. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline of crime. Traffic camera footage showed Kevin diverting from his normal route to meet Chandler. Witness testimony placed Chandler's truck near the storage building. Forensic experts explained how fibers and blood evidence linked his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and not planned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Chandler took afterward to conceal the body and destroy evidence. After deliberating, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Robert Chandler was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Kevin Marshall's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Friends and coworkers remembered him as someone who had spent years building trust with clients and colleagues. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with almost no information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A witness remembering two vehicles parked together, a few fibers inside a truck, and small traces of blood eventually revealed the truth. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who lived alone in a quiet suburban home in the city of Quincy, Massachusetts, where nothing unusual ever seemed to happen and where neighbors believed they knew each other well enough to notice if anything was wrong. Her name was Marian Sampson, and she was 70 years old. She had lived in that house for decades. The walls held memories of her children growing up, birthdays celebrated, ordinary dinners shared, and quiet evenings spent watching television. By the time she reached her 70s, her life had slowed down. Her routines were gentle and predictable. She spent time gardening, speaking with her children on the phone, and maintaining the peaceful rhythm she had built over a lifetime. She trusted her surroundings. She trusted the familiar streets and the familiar faces. And most of all, she trusted that she was safe in her own home. Marian's children stayed in regular contact with her. They called often. They visited when they could. They knew her habits well. So when they suddenly could not reach her one day in November 2004, they immediately felt something was wrong. At first, they assumed she might be out shopping or visiting someone. But as hours passed with no response, concern slowly turned into fear. Eventually, one of her family members drove to her house to check on her personally. When they arrived, nothing seemed disturbed from the outside. The house looked exactly as it always had. But inside, something was terribly wrong. Marian was gone. Her belongings were still there. Her purse was inside. Her car was parked outside. There was no sign that she had packed anything or planned to leave. The house did not show obvious signs of forced entry, but there were small details that did not feel right. Drawers had been opened. Items had been disturbed. It was subtle, but enough to signal that something had happened inside that space. Police were called, and the investigation began immediately. Officers treated the case seriously from the start because Marian's disappearance did not fit the pattern of a voluntary departure. She had strong family connections. She had routines she followed closely. She had no reason to suddenly leave everything behind. Detectives began interviewing neighbors, friends, and family members. They searched the home carefully, looking for evidence that could explain her disappearance. What they discovered first was not dramatic, but it was important. Marian had allowed someone into her home. There were no signs of forced entry. This meant she either knew the person or did not perceive them as a threat. Investigators focused on people who had recently interacted with her. This included neighbors, service workers, and anyone who might have had access to her home. One name emerged during the investigation: Stephen Hawkinjoes. Stephen was not a stranger to Mary Ann. He lived nearby. He was familiar with the neighborhood. He had done small jobs in the area. He appeared ordinary, quiet, unremarkable. He did not stand out as someone dangerous. But detectives noticed inconsistencies in his statements. When they spoke with him, he appeared nervous. His explanations changed. He could not provide a clear account of his movements. Investigators observed his behavior closely. They watched his reactions. They noted the subtle signs of someone under pressure. Meanwhile, physical evidence began to emerge. Search teams located items connected to Mary and in areas where they should not have been. These discoveries gradually narrowed the focus of the investigation. Detectives realized they were not dealing with a disappearance. They were dealing with a homicide. Eventually, Stephen confessed. He admitted that he had gone to Mary Ann's house intending to rob her. He knew she lived alone. He knew she was vulnerable. He believed he could enter her home, take valuables, and leave without consequences. But when he confronted her, she resisted. She fought back. In that moment, his plan collapsed. Fear replaced control. He killed her to silence her. Afterward, he attempted to hide the evidence. He removed her body. He disposed of it in an effort to prevent discovery. He returned to his normal life, believing he had erased the truth. But investigations do not rely on assumptions. They rely on patience. Detectives followed evidence step by step. They reconstructed timelines. They examined behavior. They compared statements. They allowed pressure to build slowly. And eventually, Stephen's control broke. He was arrested, charged, and convicted of murder. Mary Ann's family finally had answers, though the answers brought pain instead of relief. The quiet home, where she had lived safely for decades, had become the location of her final moments. The trust she had extended to someone familiar had been used against her. What makes this case especially haunting is how ordinary everything appeared before the crime. There was no warning visible from the outside, no dramatic escalation, just a quiet man, a quiet neighborhood, and a decision that ended a life permanently. Mary Ann had spent 70 years building a life defined by family, routine, and peace. And in a single moment, that peace was taken away by someone who believed he would never be discovered. But he was, because truth, even when buried, has a way of returning slowly, patiently, and inevitably into the light. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing bookstore owner after closing time. A disappearance that at first seemed like someone stepping out briefly, but slowly turned into a detailed investigation that uncovered a carefully concealed murder. In the fall of 2001, the city of Portland, Maine moved through its quiet coastal routine as evenings grew colder and streets emptied earlier each night. Among the small businesses in the downtown area was an independent bookstore owned by 42-year-old Daniel Foster. Daniel had run the shop for nearly a decade and was known by regular customers as thoughtful, reserved, and deeply passionate about literature. His routine rarely changed. He kept the store open until early evening, closed up carefully, balanced the day's receipts, and then walked a short distance to his car parked on a nearby street. Because of that consistency, his absence was noticed quickly when something went wrong. On the evening of October 9th, Daniel closed the bookstore at around 7:30 p.m. A customer who had been browsing near closing time later recalled seeing him lock the front door and turn off the lights. Security cameras from a neighboring business captured him walking down the sidewalk toward his parked car a few minutes later. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Daniel did not return home that night, his sister attempted to call him several times but received no answer. By the following morning, when the bookstore remained closed and Daniel had not responded to messages, concern began to grow. Police were contacted later that day. Detectives began by reviewing surveillance footage from the surrounding area. Cameras showed Daniel's car leaving the street where it had been parked and heading toward the main road that led out of downtown. But one traffic camera captured something unusual. Instead of continuing toward his neighborhood, the car turned into a side street leading toward a quieter warehouse district near the edge of the city. Investigators could not immediately explain why he would go there. 2 days later, Daniel's car, was discovered parked behind a closed shipping warehouse in that same district. The vehicle was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed several troubling details. Daniel's wallet and phone were both sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians examined the interior of the vehicle. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel. The investigation quickly shifted from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining Daniel's personal and business relationships. Customers and neighbors described him as quiet and respectful. Financial records showed the bookstore had been stable, but there had been a recent dispute involving a property lease. The landlord of the building was a man named Harold Pierce. Pierce had recently informed Daniel that the lease would not be renewed unless significant changes were made to the rental agreement. According to records, the negotiations had become tense in the weeks leading up to Daniel's disappearance. Detectives decided to interview Pierce. During the conversation, he admitted there had been disagreements over the lease, but insisted it was strictly a business matter. He claimed he had not seen Daniel on the night he disappeared and had spent the evening at home. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Pierce's phone in the same warehouse district where Daniel's car had been found at approximately the same time he vanished. When confronted with that information, Pierce said he had been driving through the area to check on another property. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A night shift worker at a nearby loading dock later reported seeing two vehicles parked behind the warehouse around 8 that evening. One matched Daniel's car. The other was a dark pickup truck that remained there briefly before leaving. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from nearby streets and located a camera that captured a vehicle matching the pickup truck description. The license plate was traced back to Harold Pierce. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his truck. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery from Daniel's car. More significantly, they found faint traces of blood on the floor lining that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel Foster. Pierce was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the phone records and witness statements, placing him at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Pierce admitted that he had arranged to meet Daniel that evening to discuss the lease dispute. According to his statement, the meeting took place behind the warehouse where Daniel's car was later found. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument about the future of the bookstore. During the confrontation, Pierce attacked Daniel. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, he attempted to hide the crime by moving the body away from the area and cleaning his truck. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had taken Daniel. Detectives followed him to a remote wooded area nearly 25 miles outside Portland, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath leaves and loose soil. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Daniel Foster. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage showed Daniel leaving the bookstore and diverting from his normal route. Cell phone records placed Pierce at the scene. Forensic experts testified about the blood and fiber evidence linking his truck directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Pierce took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Harold Pierce was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Daniel Foster's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Members of the community remembered him as someone who had created a quiet place where people could gather, read, and feel at home. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little evidence can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A witness noticing two vehicles behind a warehouse, traces of blood someone tried to erase, and careful forensic work eventually revealed the truth behind a crime that someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about how ambition can quietly turn into desperation, and how the fear of being exposed can push an ordinary person toward an irreversible choice. This is a true crime story about lies that grew too large to control, and a murder that was committed not in rage, but in panic. Mark Hacking lived in Salt Lake City, Utah, and to most people he appeared focused and intelligent. He was married to Lori Hacking, a kind and patient woman who believed deeply in her husband and his future. Mark told friends and family that he was on a clear path toward success. He claimed he had graduated from college. He said he had been accepted into medical school. He spoke confidently about his plans to become a doctor and build a stable life with Lori by his side. None of it was true. Mark had dropped out of college years earlier. He had never finished his degree. There was no medical school acceptance. There are no transcripts that supported his stories. Over time, the lies multiplied because it became easier to add another layer than to admit the truth. Lori trusted him completely and defended him when questions arose. She believed his explanations and never imagined that the man she loved was living a double life built entirely on false claims. As the years passed, the pressure intensified. Mark knew that sooner or later his lies would be exposed. Lori had begun asking specific questions about his education. Family members wanted details. Proof was expected. Mark felt cornered by the future he had invented and terrified of what would happen when it collapsed. On the morning of July 19th, 2004, Lori went jogging near their apartment complex. She never returned. When she did not come home, Mark reported her missing. He told police she had gone out for a run and vanished. At first, his concern appeared genuine. He cooperated with investigators and joined search efforts. Flyers were distributed and volunteers searched nearby trails and fields. The community rallied around him, believing Lori was a victim of a random crime. But investigators noticed inconsistencies. Mark's timeline did not match witness accounts. His emotional responses felt restrained and distant. Surveillance footage showed him making unusual trips around the city shortly after Lori disappeared. When police searched their apartment, they found a rifle hidden in a closet along with evidence that suggested a struggle had occurred inside the home. Under questioning, Mark's story began to unravel. He eventually confessed. Mark admitted that Lori had discovered the truth about his lies. She confronted him about his education and demanded honesty. In that moment, Mark believed his entire future was about to collapse. He panicked. Instead of facing the consequences, he made a decision that ended a life. He shot Lori inside their apartment. Afterward, he wrapped her body and drove it north of the city. In a remote area, he buried her remains in a shallow grave and attempted to erase any trace of what he had done. Then he returned home and pretended she had gone jogging as usual. Search teams later found Lori's body exactly where Mark said it would be. The case shocked the community because of how quiet it was. There was no history of abuse, no record of violence, just a man who could not admit failure and chose deception until it became deadly. Friends struggled to reconcile the polite, intelligent Mark they knew with the reality of his actions. At trial, there was no doubt about what had happened. Mark Hacking pleaded guilty to aggravated murder. He was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. There was no dramatic justification offered, only the acknowledgement that fear and dishonesty had guided his choices. Lori Hacking was remembered as compassionate, loyal, and hopeful. She believed in people and trusted deeply. Her life ended not because she did anything wrong, but because she expected honesty from the person closest to her. This story stays with people because it shows how ordinary the beginning was. There was no sudden explosion of anger, no visible warning signs, just small lies quietly accumulating until one man believed murder was easier than telling the truth. The truth always surfaces, and when it does, the cost is far greater than anything honesty would have demanded in the first place. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who dreamed of becoming a doctor, about a night out that turned into a nightmare, and about how a college student's disappearance led to the discovery of a brutal crime that shocked an entire university community. In February 2019, 21-year-old Samantha Josephson was a senior at the University of South Carolina in Columbia. She was studying political science and had been accepted to law school. Samantha was excited about her future and was just months away from graduating. She was known for her bright smile and her dedication to her studies. On March 29, 2019, Samantha went out with friends to the Five Points Entertainment District near campus. It was a Thursday night, and the area was busy with college students enjoying the bars and restaurants. Samantha and her friends had a fun evening together. Around 2 in the morning, Samantha decided it was time to head home. Samantha called an Uber to pick her up from the Five Points area. She stood on the street waiting for her ride like thousands of college students do every night. Security camera footage captured Samantha getting into a black Chevy Impala that she apparently believed was her Uber. The car drove away with Samantha inside, but it was not her Uber. It was a stranger's car. When Samantha's real Uber driver arrived moments later, she was already gone. Her roommates became worried when Samantha didn't come home that night. They tried calling and texting her, but got no response. This was very unlike Samantha, who always stayed in contact with her friends. By the next morning, they knew something was terribly wrong. Police began investigating Samantha's disappearance. They reviewed the security footage and saw her getting into the black Chevy Impala. They also discovered that Samantha's phone had briefly connected to a cell tower in a rural area about an hour and a half from Columbia. Then the phone went dead and never transmitted another signal. Hunters in Clarendon County, about 90 miles from Columbia, found a body in a wooded area on March 30th. The body was identified as Samantha Josephson. She had been stabbed over 100 times with a weapon. The attack had been brutal and sustained. Samantha had fought for her life, but had been overpowered by her attacker. Police immediately intensified their search for the black Chevy Impala. They had the license plate from the security footage and began looking for the vehicle. Within hours, they located the car in Columbia and arrested the driver, 24-year-old Nathaniel Rowland. When police searched his car, they found Samantha's blood throughout the vehicle. They found her phone in the car. They found cleaning supplies that Rowland had purchased after the murder. Investigators discovered that Rowland had been driving around the Five Points area looking for potential victims. He had activated the child locks in his car so that passengers couldn't open the doors from the inside. When Samantha got into his car, thinking it was her Uber, she became trapped. Rowland had driven her to a remote location where he attacked and killed her. The evidence against Nathaniel Rowland was overwhelming. Samantha's blood was all over his car. His DNA was under her fingernails from where she had fought back. Security footage showed Samantha getting into his vehicle. Cell phone data placed both of them in the area where her body was found. Rowland had used cleaning supplies to try to remove evidence from his car. Rowland was charged with kidnapping and murder. The case received national attention and sparked conversations about rideshare safety. Students across the country suddenly became more aware of the importance of checking that they were getting into the right vehicle. Samantha's death became a cautionary tale about a danger many people had never really considered. Nathaniel Rowland's trial took place in July 2021. The prosecution presented the forensic evidence linking Rowland to Samantha's murder. They showed the security footage of Samantha getting into his car. They presented testimony about the child locks that had trapped her inside. They showed photos of the horrific injuries Samantha had sustained during the attack. The defense had no real answer to the overwhelming evidence. They tried to suggest that someone else might have been involved or that the evidence was somehow flawed. But there was no reasonable explanation for why Samantha's blood was all over Rowland's car if he hadn't killed her. The defense's arguments were weak and unconvincing. The jury deliberated for just over an hour before finding Nathaniel Rowland guilty of kidnapping and murder. The quick verdict showed how strong the evidence was against him. Rowland showed no emotion as the verdict was read. He had maintained his innocence throughout the trial despite the mountain of evidence proving his guilt. Rowland was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars for kidnapping and murdering Samantha Josephson. The judge noted the particularly heinous nature of the crime and the premeditation shown by Rowland activating his child locks before picking up victims. Samantha's parents Seymour and Marcy Josephson, attended every day of the trial. They had to sit through testimony about the brutal attack on their daughter. They saw photos of her injuries and heard details about her final moments. Their pain was visible to everyone in the courtroom. After the verdict, they spoke about their relief that justice had been served. The Josephson family has worked to create positive change from their tragedy. They advocated for a law called Sammy's Law, named using Samantha's nickname. The law requires rideshare vehicles to have illuminated signs that help passengers identify legitimate rides. It also requires drivers to display license plate information in their apps to help passengers verify they have the right car. Samantha's case changed how many people approach ride-sharing. Students are now more careful about checking license plates and driver information before getting into vehicles. The phrase "what's my name" has become common, with passengers asking drivers to identify them by name before getting in. These simple safety measures could prevent similar tragedies. Samantha Josephson should have graduated from the University of South Carolina in May 2019. She should have gone to law school and become a lawyer. She should have had the chance to make a difference in the world and live the life she had worked so hard to build. Instead, she made one simple mistake of getting into the wrong car and encountered a predator who had been hunting for a victim. Nathaniel Rowland had been cruising the 5 Points area, specifically looking for intoxicated young women he could victimize. He had prepared his car with child locks to trap his victims. He had weapons ready. The attack on Samantha was not random or impulsive. It was planned and deliberate. Rowland is exactly the kind of dangerous predator that communities fear. The case serves as a tragic reminder to always verify rideshare vehicles before getting in. Check the license plate. Check the driver's photo. Ask the driver to confirm your name. These small steps take only seconds but could save a life. Samantha's memory lives on through the safety measures inspired by her case and through her family's advocacy to protect others from similar fates. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who built his life on control and routine and how that control slipped away in the quiet hours of an ordinary night. This is a true crime story about familiarity turning dangerous and how the person everyone trusted most became the center of a carefully hidden crime. Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado with his wife Shannon Watts and their 2 young daughters Bella and Celeste. From the outside, their life looked organized and successful. Chris worked in the oil industry and was known as quiet, reliable, and reserved. Shannon was active on social media, where she shared moments of family life, birthdays, vacations, and daily routines. To friends and neighbors, they appeared to be a typical modern family balancing work, parenting, and long-term plans. But behind closed doors, the relationship was unraveling slowly and silently. Chris had begun an affair with a coworker, and with that relationship came a growing desire for a different life. He wanted freedom without responsibility and a future without the family he had already built. Instead of confronting the reality of divorce, financial strain, and public judgment, he withdrew emotionally and began living in his own head where problems could be erased rather than solved. In the early morning hours of August 13th, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip. Surveillance footage later showed her entering the house quietly while the neighborhood slept. That was the last time she was seen alive. What happened inside that house unfolded without witnesses, without raised voices heard outside, and without any sign of immediate chaos. By morning, Shannon and the children were gone. Chris reported them missing later that day, claiming he had no idea where they were. He spoke calmly to police and media, asking for their safe return. He stood in front of cameras, appearing nervous but cooperative. He agreed to searches and interviews, and even took a lie detector test, believing he could maintain the image of a worried husband. Investigators quickly noticed inconsistencies. Chris showed little emotional reaction when discussing his missing daughters. He avoided eye contact and spoke in rehearsed phrases. Phone records revealed his affair. Neighbor security footage showed him loading items into his truck early that morning in a way that did not match his story. Under pressure, Chris confessed. He admitted that he had killed Shannon inside their home. He then drove to an oil site owned by his employer with the bodies of his children in the truck. At the site, he smothered Bella and Celeste and placed them inside oil tanks before burying Shannon nearby. The calculated nature of the acts stunned investigators and the public alike. The crime was not impulsive. It was methodical and disturbingly calm. Chris Watts was arrested and charged with multiple counts of first-degree murder. Facing overwhelming evidence, he pleaded guilty. In November 2018, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The case drew worldwide attention not because of dramatic mystery, but because of its stark reality. A man who appeared ordinary chose annihilation over accountability. There were no visible warning signs to outsiders. No history of violence. Only emotional detachment and a refusal to face consequences. Shannon Watts was remembered as devoted, determined, and deeply loving toward her children. Bella and Celeste were remembered for their laughter, curiosity, and trust. Their lives ended not because of chance, but because one person decided his desires mattered more than human life. This story lingers because it forces a difficult truth. Sometimes the most devastating crimes come from the most familiar places. Sometimes the danger is not loud or chaotic, but quiet, calculated, and close enough to share a home. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly perfect suburban mom who was living a secret life, about a crime that shocked a quiet Pennsylvania town, and about how a respected school board official turned out to be capable of unspeakable evil. In July 1979, the small town of Hershey, Pennsylvania was rocked by a horrifying crime. A young woman had been attacked in her home in broad daylight. Susan Reinert was a high school English teacher, well-liked by her students and colleagues. She was a divorced mother of 2 children, 11-year-old Karen and 10-year-old Michael. Susan's life seemed ordinary and stable until everything fell apart in the most tragic way possible. On June 25, 1979, Susan Reinert's body was found naked in the back of her car in a hotel parking lot in Harrisburg, about 15 miles from her home. She had been beaten and possibly suffocated. The cause of death was difficult to determine, but it was clear she had suffered before dying. Even more disturbing was that her 2 children, Karen and Michael, were nowhere to be found. They had vanished completely, and despite extensive searches, their bodies have never been recovered. Investigators immediately focused on Susan's personal life, looking for anyone who might have wanted to harm her. What they discovered was a web of manipulation, lies, and betrayal centered around one man. William Bradfield, a fellow teacher at Upper Marion High School where Susan worked. Bill Bradfield was a charismatic English teacher who fancied himself an intellectual. He was well-read, quoted poetry, and presented himself as a sophisticated man of culture. He was also involved in romantic relationships with multiple women simultaneously, keeping each one believing she was special to him. Susan Reinert was one of these women, and she had fallen deeply in love with Bradfield. What Susan didn't know was that Bradfield was manipulating her as part of a plan to take her life and steal her money. Susan had recently taken out life insurance policies worth over $700,000, naming Bradfield as the beneficiary. She had done this because Bradfield had convinced her they were going to get married and build a life together. He had even convinced her to change her will, leaving everything to him. But Bradfield had no intention of marrying Susan. He was already involved with another woman, Susan Myers, who knew about his relationship with Susan Reinert and was complicit in the plan. Bradfield had convinced Susan Reinert that her children would be going to a special camp and that she should say goodbye to them before they left. This was the last time Susan's children were seen alive. The investigation revealed that Bradfield had enlisted the help of a principal at another school, Dr. J. Smith, to carry out the actual elimination. J. Smith was the principal of Upper Marion High School and had a dark side that few people knew about. He had been arrested previously for possession of weapons and had a history of bizarre and disturbing behavior. Prosecutors believed that J. Smith had taken the lives of Susan Reinert and her 2 children, while Bradfield had orchestrated the entire plot to collect the insurance money. The theory was that Smith had eliminated all 3 family members, disposed of the children's bodies where they would never be found, and left Susan's body in a location where it would be discovered. The evidence against both men was largely circumstantial but compelling. Fibers found in Susan's car matched carpeting from J. Smith's home. Witnesses reported seeing Smith's vehicle near Susan's home around the time she disappeared. There were also bizarre items found in Smith's possession, including women's clothing and hair that didn't belong to anyone in his family. Bill Bradfield was arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit elimination. J. Smith was charged with 3 counts of first-degree ending of life for the deaths of Susan, Karen, and Michael Reinert. The trials became major news events in Pennsylvania, with the details of the case shocking the local community. In 1983, Bill Bradfield was convicted of conspiracy and sentenced to life in prison. The jury believed he had masterminded the plot to take Susan's life for her insurance money. However, because he wasn't charged with actually committing the acts themselves, he avoided a death sentence. Bradfield maintained his innocence throughout, claiming he had loved Susan and would never have harmed her, but the evidence of his manipulation and the insurance policies told a different story. J. Smith's case was more complicated. He was convicted in 1986 and sentenced to death for taking the lives of all 3 members of the Reinert family. He sat on death row for years, maintaining his innocence. But in 1992, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court overturned his conviction due to prosecutorial misconduct. Evidence had been withheld from the defense, and witnesses had been improperly coached. Despite strong suspicion of his guilt, J. Smith walked free. The overturning of Smith's conviction was devastating for Susan's family and friends. Many people believed he had gotten away with triple elimination because of technicalities and mistakes made by prosecutors. Smith died in 2009, never admitting to any involvement in the crimes and never revealing what happened to Karen and Michael Reinert. Bill Bradfield remained in prison, continuing to claim innocence even as evidence of his elaborate manipulation of Susan Reinert was overwhelming. He died in prison in 1998, taking whatever knowledge he had about the crimes to his grave. He never showed genuine remorse for his role in Susan's death or for the disappearance of her children. The fate of Karen and Michael Reinert remains one of the most haunting aspects of this case. Their bodies were never found despite extensive searches over the years. Theories suggest they may have been buried in remote locations or disposed of in ways that made recovery impossible. Their family never got the closure of being able to properly lay them to rest. Susan Reinert was a dedicated teacher who loved her children deeply. She was manipulated by someone she trusted and loved, someone who saw her only as a source of money. Her trusting nature and her desire for companionship made her vulnerable to Bradfield's schemes. She and her children paid the ultimate price for his greed. The case became the subject of a book called Echoes in the Darkness and was later adapted into a television movie. It remains one of Pennsylvania's most notorious unsolved mysteries, primarily because Karen and Michael's bodies were never recovered and because J. Smith's conviction was overturned, leaving many questions unanswered. The Reinert family tragedy serves as a dark reminder that evil can hide behind respectable facades. Bill Bradfield was a trusted teacher, and William J. Smith was a school principal. Both were educated men in positions of authority who used their intelligence not for good, but to plan and execute terrible crimes. Susan Reinert trusted the wrong person, and she and her innocent children paid with their lives. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular high school student who disappeared after a party, about a podcast that reignited a cold case, and about how new technology finally brought answers 17 years after a young woman vanished. On May 25th, 2002, 17-year-old Hay Min Lee left Woodlawn High School in Baltimore, Maryland, and was never seen alive again. Hay was a bright, outgoing senior who was involved in sports and had a close group of friends. She was supposed to pick up her young cousin from school that afternoon, a responsibility she took very seriously. When she didn't show up, her family knew immediately that something was wrong. Hay would never leave her cousin waiting. Hay's body was discovered 6 weeks later in Leakin Park, a wooded area in Baltimore known as a dumping ground. She had been strangled and partially buried. The discovery devastated her family, friends, and the entire school community. Police began investigating, looking at everyone in Hay's life to find out who could have done this terrible thing. The investigation quickly focused on Hay's ex-boyfriend, Adnan Syed. Adnan was also 17 and a senior at Woodlawn High School. He and Hay had dated for several months before breaking up in December 2001, about a month before her disappearance. Friends said the breakup had been difficult, though Adnan seemed to have moved on. He was a popular student, played football, and was well-liked by teachers and classmates. Police built their case against Adnan based largely on the testimony of one person, Jay Wilds, an acquaintance of Adnan's who claimed that Adnan had confessed to ending Hay's life and had shown him her body in the trunk of her car. Jay said he had helped Adnan bury Hay's body in Leakin Park. His story was detailed and specific, and prosecutors believed it was credible despite some inconsistencies. Jay claimed that on the day Hay disappeared, Adnan had called him for a ride. When Jay picked him up, Adnan showed him Hay's body in the trunk of her own car. According to Jay, Adnan said he had strangled Hay after she refused to get back together with him. Jay testified that he helped Adnan dig a shallow grave in Leakin Park and bury Hay's body that night. Cell phone records seemed to support parts of Jay's story. The prosecution argued that pings from Adnan's cell phone placed him in the area of Leakin Park on the evening of the disappearance, corroborating Jay's account. They also pointed to testimony from other students who said Adnan had been possessive and jealous when Hay started dating someone new. Adnan maintained his innocence throughout the investigation and trial. He said he couldn't remember exactly where he was during the critical time period when Hay disappeared, but he insisted he had nothing to do with her death. He said he was probably at the library or at track practice, his usual routine. He had no explanation for why Jay would lie about him, but he firmly denied everything Jay said. In 2000, Adnan Syed was convicted of first-degree ending of life and sentenced to life in prison plus 30 years. He was 18 years old when he began serving his sentence. His family believed in his innocence and continued to support him, but for years the case seemed closed. Adnan was just another young man in prison claiming he had been wrongly convicted. Then in 2014, everything changed. Sarah Koenig, a journalist and producer, launched a podcast called Serial that investigated Adnan's case. Over 12 episodes, Koenig examined every aspect of the investigation and trial, interviewing witnesses, reviewing evidence, and raising questions about whether Adnan had received a fair trial. Serial became a cultural phenomenon. Millions of people around the world listened to the podcast and became invested in the case. Some believed Adnan was guilty, pointing to the evidence presented at trial. Others believed he was innocent, arguing that the case against him was built on unreliable testimony and questionable cell phone evidence. The podcast raised serious concerns about Adnan's defense attorney, who had failed to contact an important alibi witness. Asia McLean, a classmate, came forward saying she had been with Adnan at the library during the time prosecutors claimed he was ending Hay's life. She had written letters to Adnan offering to testify, but his attorney never contacted her or presented her testimony at trial. The renewed attention on the case led to new legal proceedings. In 2016, a judge ordered a new trial for Adnan, citing ineffective assistance of counsel. However, that decision was later overturned by an appeals court. The legal battle continued for years, with Adnan's conviction being upheld and then challenged multiple times. In 2022, a major breakthrough occurred. Prosecutors from the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office conducted their own review of the case and discovered evidence that had never been shared with Adnan's defense team. This included information about alternative suspects that should have been investigated but weren't. There were notes indicating that one of these suspects had threatened Hay, saying he would make her disappear. The prosecution also found serious problems with the cell phone evidence that had been crucial to Adnan's conviction. Experts determined that the technology in 1999 was not reliable for determining location in the way the prosecution had claimed. The cell tower pings that supposedly placed Adnan in Leakin Park were not as definitive as the jury had been led to believe. In September 2022, a judge vacated Adnan Syed's conviction and ordered him released from prison. After more than 23 years behind bars, Adnan walked free. The state's attorney cited serious concerns about the integrity of the original investigation and trial. While this didn't necessarily prove Adnan was innocent, it meant the conviction could no longer stand. However, the legal saga wasn't over. Hayes' family, who had always believed in Adnan's guilt, fought the decision. They felt they hadn't been properly notified about the hearing that led to his release. In 2023, an appeals court reinstated Adnan's conviction. Then later that same year, prosecutors dropped all charges against him, finally ending the case. The Adnan Syed case remains deeply controversial. Some people believe he ended Hayes' life and that justice was overturned. Others believe an innocent man spent over 2 decades in prison for a crime he didn't commit. The truth about what happened to Hae Min Lee may never be fully known. What is certain is that Hae was a vibrant young woman with her whole life ahead of her. She was loved by her family and friends. She had dreams and plans that were cut short when someone strangled her and left her body in a park. Whether Adnan Syed was responsible or whether the real perpetrator was never caught, Hae's life was stolen from her at just 18 years old, and her family will never stop grieving that loss. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with the sudden disappearance of a young woman in a quiet college town. A case that at first appeared to have almost no evidence, but eventually unfolded into a detailed investigation that exposed a carefully concealed murder. In the autumn of 1999, the town of State College, Pennsylvania, was alive with the usual rhythm of a university community. Students moved between classes, small restaurants filled with evening crowds, and the streets around the campus stayed busy well after dark. Among the many people living in the town was 24-year-old graduate student Laura Bennett. She had moved there 2 years earlier to continue her studies in environmental science and work part-time at a small outdoor equipment store to support herself. Friends described Laura as organized and independent. She kept a steady routine between her classes, research work, and part-time job. Most evenings she returned to the small apartment she rented a few blocks from campus, often spending hours reading or preparing assignments for the next day. On the evening of October 6th, Laura finished her shift at the outdoor store shortly after 8 o'clock. A coworker later remembered speaking with her near the door as they closed the shop. Laura mentioned she planned to stop by a nearby cafe before walking home. Security cameras at the cafe confirmed she arrived around 8:30. She ordered a cup of tea and sat near the window with a notebook for about 20 minutes. Nothing about her behavior appeared unusual. At 8:52 p.m., she stood up, threw away the empty cup, and walked out into the cool autumn night. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Laura failed to attend an important research meeting the following morning, her academic advisor initially assumed she had simply overslept. But by late afternoon, when repeated calls to her phone went unanswered, concern began to grow. A close friend went to her apartment to check on her. Inside, the apartment looked mostly normal, but several details immediately felt wrong. Laura's backpack and textbooks were sitting on the table exactly where she usually left them after returning home from work. Her keys and wallet were on the kitchen counter, yet her phone was missing. Police were contacted that evening and a missing person investigation began. Detectives started by retracing Laura's final known movements. Surveillance footage from the cafe confirmed she had left alone. The short walk from the cafe to her apartment usually took less than 10 minutes. Investigators searched the route carefully, speaking with residents and business owners along the street. One shop owner remembered seeing Laura walking past his store that night, but nothing unusual stood out. For several days, the investigation produced few leads. Then a small detail began to attract attention. A neighbor who lived in the apartment building across the street from Laura's complex contacted police after hearing about the investigation. The neighbor explained that on the night Laura disappeared, he had seen a dark-colored sedan parked near the entrance to her building around 9 o'clock. He remembered the vehicle because it had been idling for several minutes before slowly driving away. Detectives began searching for surveillance footage from nearby streets that might have captured the vehicle. After reviewing hours of recordings, they found a traffic camera that showed a similar sedan passing through an intersection less than 2 blocks away at approximately 9:05 p.m. Investigators were able to identify the license plate. The car belonged to a 36-year-old delivery driver named Thomas Keller. Keller worked for a regional supply company that transported office equipment between warehouses and businesses across several nearby towns. According to company records, he had made deliveries in the State College area several times during the previous month. Detectives contacted Keller and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, Keller acknowledged he had been driving through the area the night Laura disappeared, but insisted he had not seen her. He claimed he was finishing a delivery route and heading back to the warehouse. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his timeline. GPS records from his delivery truck showed that he had stopped near Laura's apartment building for almost 20 minutes that evening. When detectives asked why he had remained there so long, Keller said he had simply pulled over to check directions on his phone. The explanation did not satisfy investigators. A search warrant was obtained for Keller's vehicle. Inside the trunk, forensic technicians discovered several strands of hair and small fibers that did not belong to him. Laboratory testing later revealed that the hair matched Laura's DNA. The evidence placed Keller in direct contact with a missing student. When confronted with the forensic results, Keller's story began to change. During a second interrogation, he admitted that he had seen Laura walking along the street that night. According to his statement, he stopped his car and attempted to speak with her. Investigators believe Keller had been watching pedestrians while driving through the area and chose Laura as a target when he saw her walking alone. The conversation quickly escalated into a violent confrontation. Evidence suggested Laura fought back during the struggle, which explained the hair and fibers found in the trunk of the vehicle. After hours of questioning, Keller eventually confessed that he had forced Laura into the car and driven her to a remote wooded area outside town. Detectives followed the directions he provided. Nearly 30 miles from State College, investigators discovered a shallow grave hidden among dense trees. The remains found at the site were later confirmed to be Laura Bennett. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Keller's movements on the night of the crime. Surveillance footage, GPS data from his delivery route, and forensic evidence from the vehicle all connected him directly to Laura's disappearance. Experts testified about the DNA evidence recovered from the trunk and explained how it linked Keller to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the encounter had been accidental and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Keller took afterward to conceal the crime and avoid detection. After several days of deliberation, the jury found him guilty of kidnapping and murder. Thomas Keller was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Laura Bennett's family, the conviction brought a measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Friends at the university later organized a small environmental scholarship in her name, honoring the work she had hoped to continue through her studies. The investigation into Laura's disappearance demonstrated how a case that initially seemed to have almost no evidence could eventually be solved through careful analysis of small details. A neighbor noticing a parked car, traffic camera footage, and forensic traces inside a vehicle gradually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed would remain hidden. In the end, it was patience, persistence, and the careful reconstruction of every moment that allowed investigators to uncover the full story and bring justice to a young life that had been taken far too soon. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a mother who stood in front of cameras, crying and begging for help to find her missing children. A story about a nationwide search fueled by sympathy, fear, and urgency. And about how, 9 days later, investigators uncovered a truth so devastating that it permanently altered the way people view parental crime. In October 1994, Susan Smith lived in Union, South Carolina, with her 2 young sons, 3-year-old Michael and 14-month-old Alexander. Her marriage was troubled. She and her husband David were separated, arguing frequently and struggling financially. Susan appeared overwhelmed, emotionally unstable, and desperate for stability in her life. To the outside world, she looked like a tired but loving mother trying to hold things together. On the night of October 25th, 1994, Susan contacted police in a state of visible panic. She claimed that while stopped at a red light, a black man had carjacked her vehicle and driven away with her 2 children still strapped in their car seats. She sobbed as she described the alleged abduction, pleading for the safe return of her sons. The story ignited national outrage and sympathy. Law enforcement agencies launched an immediate, massive search. Roadblocks were set up. Helicopters scanned rural areas. Volunteers combed fields and woods. Media outlets broadcast Susan's tearful interviews nonstop. America watched as a grieving mother begged a stranger to bring her babies home. But from the beginning, investigators noticed subtle inconsistencies. Susan's timeline shifted. Her emotional responses felt rehearsed at times and oddly detached at others. Some details of the alleged carjacking didn't align with witness reports or traffic patterns. Still, with 2 missing children and no bodies, police continued searching. Behind the scenes, Susan's personal life began to unravel. Investigators learned she had been involved in a brief romantic relationship with a wealthy man named Tom Finley. He had recently ended the relationship after telling her clearly that he did not want children. This revelation shifted the entire focus of the investigation. Police began to consider an unthinkable possibility. As the days passed, the search intensified. Susan appeared increasingly unstable. She was placed under surveillance. Investigators gently but persistently questioned her, applying psychological pressure rather than confrontation. On November 3rd, 9 days after her sons disappeared, Susan Smith broke. She confessed. Susan admitted that on the night of October 25th, she had strapped Michael and Alexander into their car seats, driven to John D. Long Lake, and slowly rolled her car into the water with her children still inside. She watched as the vehicle sank. She then returned home and reported the crime she had invented. Divers were sent to the lake. They found the car submerged, its headlights still intact. Inside were the bodies of Michael and Alexander, still strapped into their seats exactly as Susan had described. The discovery devastated investigators, first responders, and the entire nation. The truth was undeniable. Susan Smith was arrested and charged with 2 counts of murder. During the trial, prosecutors argued that Susan killed her children because she believed they were preventing her from starting a new life. They presented evidence of her affair, her history of depression, and her calculated deception. They played recordings of her emotional pleas to the public, now stripped of their credibility. The defense argued that Susan was mentally ill, suffering from severe depression and suicidal ideation. They described a lifetime of trauma, including sexual abuse and emotional neglect. They claimed she was not fully capable of understanding the consequences of her actions at the time of the murders. The jury listened to both sides carefully. They saw photos of the lake. They heard expert testimony. They replayed Susan's interviews, now viewed through a different lens. In the end, they reached a verdict that reflected both punishment and mercy. In July 1995, Susan Smith was convicted of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 30 years. The death penalty was avoided by a narrow margin. Susan Smith remains incarcerated to this day. Michael and Alexander Smith were remembered not for how they died, but for who they were. Michael was described as protective, affectionate, and gentle. Alexander was a baby still learning to walk, still discovering the world. Their lives ended not because of neglect or accident, but because of a deliberate decision made by the person meant to protect them above all others. The Susan Smith case changed public perception forever. It exposed how easily sympathy can be manipulated, how powerful emotional performance can be, and how sometimes the most horrifying crimes are hidden behind convincing tears and carefully crafted lies. It also forced law enforcement to rethink how they approach missing children cases involving parents. The assumption of innocence was no longer automatic. The unthinkable became something investigators had to consider from the very beginning. The story of Susan Smith is not just a story about murder. It is a story about deception, desperation, and the devastating consequences of choosing escape over responsibility. And it stands as one of the most haunting reminders that tragedy does not always come from strangers lurking in the dark, but from within the walls of a family's own life. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a house at the end of a cul-de-sac, about a man who wore the ordinary like armor, and about how small deceptions can grow into something dangerous when people look the other way. In the summer of 1997, in a small town outside Columbus, Ohio, there was a quiet street called Willow Ridge Drive. Lawns were mowed on Saturdays, mailboxes leaned at predictable angles, and children played until dusk. At the very end of the street sat a two-story brick house with ivy crawling up the north wall. The occupants were a married couple named Paul and Diane Mercer. Paul worked as an accounts manager at a local supply company, and Diane ran a part-time tutoring business out of the spare bedroom. They were the kind of neighbors who attended block parties, brought casseroles to new parents, and smiled politely at passing cars. Paul seemed unremarkable in the best possible way. He arrived at work early, kept his driveway clean, and offered to babysit a neighbor's dog when she went on trips. People trusted him because he gave them nothing to distrust. But over the course of 6 years, that trust became the cover for a pattern of behavior no one noticed until it was far too late. The first disappearance happened in late 1998. A young man named Marcus, who had recently left a halfway house and taken a job at a warehouse down the road, failed to show up for work. Marcus had no close family in town and few friends who stayed in touch. He was last seen walking past a convenience store near Willow Ridge Drive. Neighbors assumed he had moved on. No missing person report was filed. For months, nothing seemed unusual. Then in 2000, a woman named Rosa stopped coming to the morning bookkeeping class Diane ran at the community center. Rosa was new in town and had limited family ties. Diane told classmates that Rosa had found full-time employment and was too busy to attend. Again, nobody pressed the matter. By 2002, rumors began to circulate quietly. A man who had been a transient returned to town and said he remembered Marcus spending evenings on Paul's porch, talking about finding steady work. A teenager recalled seeing a stranger carrying a large duffel bag into the Mercer's house at night. These memories were fragmented and unreliable on their own, easy to dismiss as misremembered details. People in small towns forgive a lot because they prefer harmony to suspicion. What finally moved officials into action was the disappearance of a well-known local teacher named Harold Green in the spring of 2003. Harold had family, a steady schedule, and close friends who would not let his absence be ignored. He missed classes for 2 days, and then his car was found in a supermarket lot with his keys still inside. The school filed a report. Detectives opened an investigation and began tracing Harold's last known movements. Phone records placed Harold near Willow Ridge Drive the night he vanished. A neighbor reported seeing him walk purposefully toward the Mercer's house the evening before he disappeared. That detail drew attention because Harold was known to be cautious and deliberate in his routines. Investigators sought a search warrant for the Mercer's property. Paul and Diane cooperated at first, offering tea and plausible explanations. Their kitchen smelled of cinnamon and coffee, and their living room displayed family photos that showed polite smiles and birthdays celebrated. Under normal circumstances, such a scene would calm any visitor. But detectives discovered things that did not fit the image. In a shed behind the house, they found a stack of photocopied bills in Harold's name dated months after his disappearance. They found a small stack of photographs of other residents who had vanished, worn at the edges as if they had been carried and studied. And in the back garden, beneath a shallow layer of disturbed soil covered by a recent patch of sod, they found personal items linked to multiple missing people. When forensic teams expanded the search, they uncovered evidence that forced a broader inquiry. Items traced to Marcus and Rosa were found in sealed containers in the basement. A ledger documented deposits into a joint account opened by the Mercers that matched benefit payments and pension checks belonging to people who had disappeared. The pattern pointed to exploitation and cover-up, not accidental misfortune. Paul eventually stopped speaking in the polite, practiced way that had once calmed his neighbors. Under sustained questioning, he offered a narrative that mixed neglect with a chilling rationality. He said he had helped people who had nowhere else to go, that he had taken responsibility for their affairs when they drifted, and that he had paid bills and cashed checks to keep their names active so benefits would not lapse. As investigators pressed him about remains and missing persons, he shifted between claiming ignorance and offering explanations that did not stand up to evidence. Diane presented herself as bewildered, someone who had trusted her husband and trusted their home to be a refuge. She said she had been occupied with tutoring and afternoon classes and had not paid attention to the small discrepancies that investigators described. Witnesses later contradicted that account, describing times when Diane collected paperwork for tenants and signed forms on their behalf. The trial that followed revealed how easy it had been for harm to hide behind normalcy. Witnesses testified that the Mercers had positioned themselves as caretakers of people who would otherwise slip through the social safety net. They offered rides, helped fill out applications, and provided a warm place to sleep. For the vulnerable people who came to them, the Mercers felt like a lifeline. But that trust also gave Paul and Diane access to personal information, bank accounts, and the ability to declare someone moved away without anyone contesting it. Psychological experts painted a portrait of Paul as someone who craved control and rationalized exploitation as mercy. He saw himself as manager rather than manipulator, a person arranging the lives of others to suit his own needs. The prosecution argued that his acts went further than bookkeeping errors and neglect. They alleged he had orchestrated disappearances and concealed deaths to secure financial gain and preserve his image as a benevolent neighbor. Diane was portrayed as complicit, whether through active participation or willful blindness. In her defense, she insisted that she had not known the full extent of her husband's actions and that she had believed they were offering help. The jury weighed testimony about bank records, witness statements, and forensic findings, and ultimately the couple were convicted on counts related to fraud, abuse of vulnerable adults, and multiple charges connected to concealment. Sentences varied, but the community understood that the legal outcome could not fully account for the scale of harm. Families of victims who had been transient or estranged learned, often for the first time, that their loved ones had been in this town and in these rooms. The case prompted reform at the county level. Agencies began to require better tracking of residents in boarding situations, and social services implemented cross-checks to ensure benefits and pensions were not redirected without independent verification. Willow Ridge Drive returned to its ordinary rhythms with time, but the memory of the Mercers remained like a shadow on the cul-de-sac. Conversation about trust shifted in subtle ways. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly perfect military family, about a pregnant woman and her two daughters who were brutally taken from their home, and about how a respected Army officer's secret life led to one of the most shocking crimes to ever occur on an American military base. In December 2008, 34-year-old Erin Corwin lived with her husband John at the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms, California. Wait, let me tell you a different story. In February 1970, Colette McDonald and her two young daughters, 5-year-old Kimberly and 2-year-old Kristen, were found deceased in their home at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Colette was pregnant with her third child. The scene was one of unimaginable violence. All three had been attacked with multiple weapons. The house showed signs of a struggle, with furniture overturned and blood throughout several rooms. The person who reported the crime was Colette's husband, Dr. Jeffrey McDonald, a Green Beret physician and captain in the Army. When military police arrived, they found Jeffrey wounded but alive. He had been stabbed in the chest, though his injuries were not life-threatening. He told investigators an incredible story about what had happened that night. Jeffrey claimed that he had fallen asleep on the living room couch while watching television. He said he was awakened by screaming and saw 4 intruders in his home. He described them as 3 men and 1 woman. The woman had long blonde hair and was wearing a floppy hat. She was carrying a candle and chanting something that sounded like acid is groovy and kill the pigs. According to Jeffrey, the intruders attacked him, and he struggled with them before being knocked unconscious. When he came to, he found his wife and daughters had been attacked. He said he tried to give his wife mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and called for help. His story had eerie similarities to the recent Manson family killings in California, which have been all over the news. Military investigators immediately began examining the crime scene and Jeffrey's account. They found troubling inconsistencies almost from start. The physical evidence didn't match Jeffrey's story about struggling with multiple intruders. His pajama top had been torn and was found covering Colette's body, but the way it had been damaged didn't align with his description of the attack. Investigators noticed that while the house looked chaotic, certain things seemed staged. A coffee table was on its side, but magazines that had been on the table were still neatly stacked. The word pig had been written in blood on the headboard of the master bedroom, similar to the Manson murders, but it seemed theatrical rather than genuine. Jeffrey's injuries were also suspicious. While he had been stabbed, the wound was relatively superficial and had missed all vital organs. His wife and children had suffered dozens of brutal wounds from multiple weapons, including a knife and an ice pick, yet Jeffrey's single stab wound appeared almost surgical in its precision and lack of severity. Most damning was the physical evidence involving Jeffrey's pajama top. Forensic analysis showed that the fabric had been damaged in a way that suggested Colette had been wearing it or it had been draped over her when she was stabbed. The holes in the fabric lined up with her wounds. This directly contradicted Jeffrey's claim that he had been wearing the top during his struggle with intruders. Investigators also found fibers from Jeffrey's pajama top under Kimberly's fingernails and throughout the crime scene in ways that didn't match his version of events. The evidence suggested Jeffrey had been present when his family was attacked, not lying unconscious in another room. In May 1970, the military charged Jeffrey McDonald with the deaths of his wife and daughters. However, the charges were dropped in October 1970 due to insufficient evidence, and Jeffrey was honorably discharged from the Army. He moved to California and resumed his medical career, becoming a successful emergency room physician. But the case wasn't closed. Colette's stepfather, Freddie Kassab, had initially supported Jeffrey, but became convinced over time that his son-in-law was guilty. Kassab conducted his own investigation and pressured authorities to reopen the case. He collected evidence and wouldn't let the case be forgotten. In 1974, a federal grand jury was convened to examine the case. After hearing testimony and reviewing evidence, they indicted Jeffrey McDonald on 3 counts of ending life. His trial finally began in July 1979, nearly a decade after the crimes occurred. The trial lasted 7 weeks and became a media sensation. The prosecution presented detailed forensic evidence showing that Jeffrey's story was impossible. They demonstrated how the pajama top evidence proved he had been present during the attacks on his family. They showed that his wounds were inconsistent with the violent struggle he described. The prosecution also presented a possible motive. Evidence suggested that Jeffrey's marriage was not as perfect as he claimed. There were hints that he had been having affairs and that the responsibilities of family life were weighing on him. They theorized that an argument had escalated into violence, possibly starting with one of the children, and had spiraled out of control. Jeffrey maintained his innocence throughout the trial. He insisted that intruders had committed the crimes and that he was being railroaded by a justice system that needed to blame someone. His defense team argued that the investigation had been flawed from the beginning and that evidence had been mishandled. In August 1979, Jeffrey McDonald was found guilty on 1 count of first-degree ending of life for Colette and 2 counts of second-degree ending of life for Kimberly and Kristen. He was sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms. He has been in federal prison ever since. For over 4 decades, Jeffrey McDonald has maintained his innocence and filed numerous appeals. He has claimed that new evidence supports his story of intruders, pointing to various leads that were supposedly not properly investigated. He has written books and given interviews declaring his innocence. But every appeal has been denied, and courts have consistently found that the evidence of his guilt remains overwhelming. The case inspired a best-selling book called Fatal Vision by Joe McGinnis, which was later made into a television miniseries. The book presented a damning portrait of Jeffrey McDonald as a narcissist who killed his family and then constructed an elaborate lie to cover it up. Colette McDonald was pregnant and had her whole life ahead of her. Kimberly was a bright kindergartner. Kristen was a playful toddler. All 3 were attacked in their own home, the place where they should have been safest. The evidence suggests they were killed by the person who should have protected them above all others. Jeffrey McDonald, now in his 80s, remains in federal prison. He continues to claim innocence, but the physical evidence that convicted him has never been successfully challenged. The case stands as one of the most notorious family annihilation cases in American history, a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers in the night, but from within the family itself. Next story. In the autumn of 1998, in the quiet city of Bellingham, Washington, 30-year-old school teacher Laura Whitaker followed the same routine she had maintained for years. She taught third grade at a small elementary school on the north side of the city, where students and parents knew her as patient, organized, and deeply committed to her work. Laura had moved to Bellingham a few years earlier after graduating from a teaching program, drawn by the calm pace of the coastal town and the strong sense of community around its schools. She lived alone in a small rented house only a few miles from the school where she worked. Most of her days were predictable and structured, beginning early in the morning with lesson planning and ending in the evening with quiet time at home grading papers or preparing activities for the next day. Because her routine was so consistent, the events of October 12th stood out immediately to those who knew her well. That evening, Laura failed to appear at a small dinner gathering she had planned with two close friends, something that had never happened before. Where her friends tried to reach her by phone, there was no answer. At first, they assumed she might still be at school finishing work or perhaps had forgotten the time. But as the hours passed and the calls continued to go unanswered, concern began to grow. The following morning, Laura also failed to appear at school. The principal, aware that she had never missed a day without notice, contacted police to request a welfare check. Officers arrived at her home late that morning and discovered something that immediately raised alarm. Laura's car was parked in the driveway exactly where it should have been, and the house appeared quiet from the outside. Inside, however, there were subtle signs that something had gone wrong. Papers were scattered across the living room floor as if someone had been interrupted while working. A chair had been knocked over near the front door, and Laura's purse was sitting on the kitchen counter along with her keys. Detectives quickly realized that Laura had likely encountered someone inside her home the previous evening. There were no signs of forced entry, which suggested that she may have opened the door willingly or recognized the person who came to visit. Forensic technicians began carefully collecting evidence from the house, searching for fingerprints, fibers, and any trace that might reveal what had happened. Small spots of blood were discovered near the doorway, indicating that a violent struggle had taken place. The amount was limited but significant enough to confirm that Laura had been injured before disappearing. Investigators expanded their search to the surrounding neighborhood, interviewing residents who might have seen or heard something unusual during the evening hours. One neighbor reported noticing a pickup truck parked along the street around the time Laura would have been home from school. The vehicle did not belong to anyone in the immediate area, and the driver had remained inside for some time before eventually walking toward Laura's house. The witness had not thought much of it at the time, assuming it was simply a visitor or delivery driver. But when detectives followed up on the description of the truck, they discovered that it closely resembled a vehicle owned by a man named Eric Dalton. Dalton was a former maintenance worker who had previously done repair work at Laura's school earlier that year. Investigators learned that Dalton had spoken with Laura several times during the weeks when he worked at the building. Co-workers recalled that he had shown an unusual interest in her, often lingering in the hallway to talk, even when the conversation seemed unnecessary. At the time, it had been dismissed as harmless friendliness, but after Laura disappeared, those interactions took on new significance. Detectives located Dalton and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted that he knew Laura from the school, but insisted that he had not seen her recently and had nothing to do with her disappearance. Despite his denial, investigators soon uncovered evidence that contradicted his statement. Phone records showed that Dalton had placed a call to Laura's home the evening before she vanished. When asked about the call, he claimed that he had simply wanted to ask about possible tutoring work for a relative's child, an explanation detectives found suspicious given the timing. Meanwhile, forensic analysis from the crime scene revealed a fingerprint on Laura's front door that matched Dalton's prints. Although he had previously been inside the school where Laura worked, he had no legitimate reason to have visited her home. The investigation intensified as detectives obtained a warrant to search Dalton's pickup truck. Inside, they discovered fibers that matched the carpet inside Laura's living room, as well as traces of blood that laboratory testing later confirmed belonged to her. Faced with this growing evidence, Dalton's story began to change. He eventually admitted that he had gone to Laura's house that evening intending to ask her out on a date. According to his statement, she rejected him and asked him to leave. The conversation turned into an argument, and the situation quickly escalated into violence. Dalton confessed that during the struggle, Laura was seriously injured. Instead of seeking help, he panicked and forced her into his truck before driving away from the neighborhood. Detectives pressed him for details about where he had taken her, and he eventually led them to a remote wooded area several miles outside the city. There, hidden beneath brush and fallen branches, investigators found Laura's body. The discovery confirmed the tragic outcome that many had feared since the investigation began. When the case went to trial, the prosecution carefully reconstructed the events of that evening. Witnesses from the school testified about Dalton's interactions with Laura and his growing fixation on her. Forensic experts explained how the evidence from the house and the truck connected him directly to the crime. Phone records and the neighbor's observation of the pickup truck placed him in the area at the exact time Laura disappeared. The defense attempted to portray the incident as a sudden argument that spiraled out of control, but the prosecution emphasized that Dalton's decision to remove Laura from her home and conceal her body demonstrated a clear effort to hide the crime. After hearing the evidence, the jury found Dalton guilty of murder and kidnapping. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The verdict brought a measure of closure to Laura's family, though the loss remained deeply painful for those who knew her. Students, colleagues, and members of the community remembered her as a teacher who had devoted her life to helping children learn and grow. The investigation into Laura Whitaker's disappearance demonstrated how even the smallest details can become crucial pieces of a larger puzzle. A neighbor's memory of a parked truck, a fingerprint on a door, and a few fibers inside a vehicle eventually revealed the truth about what had happened on that quiet October evening. Through persistent detective work and careful forensic analysis, investigators were able to reconstruct the events that led to Laura's death and ensure that the person responsible was held accountable. Next story. The last confirmed record of Kim Wall being alive was not a witness statement or a phone call, but a message sent in the evening, brief and routine, indicating that she was safe and continuing her work. She was a journalist, experienced, independent, and accustomed to meeting sources in unusual places. On August 10th, 2017, she boarded a privately built submarine in Copenhagen Harbor to interview its owner, Peter Madsen, an inventor known for unconventional projects. The plan was simple: a short trip, an interview, and a return later that night. She did not come back. When Kim failed to meet her partner after the trip, concern developed quickly. Her bicycle remained near the harbor. Her personal schedule indicated she should have returned hours earlier. The last person known to be with her was Peter Madsen, and the location was not a public space, but a submarine that had already left the surface of ordinary observation. Authorities began searching the waters near Copenhagen. The following morning, the submarine was spotted. Shortly after it sank, Peter Madsen was rescued from the water alone. Kim Wall was not with him. At that moment, the case shifted. Madsen initially stated that he had dropped Kim off safely on land before the submarine sank. It was a clear explanation, one that, if true, would have redirected the investigation elsewhere. But there was no evidence to support it. No witness saw her disembark. No surveillance confirmed her return. The timeline did not hold. Within days, his account changed. He then claimed that Kim had died accidentally on board due to a heavy hatch falling on her. According to this version, panic followed, and he disposed of her body at sea. This admission transformed the case from disappearance to confirmed death, but also raised further questions about the circumstances. Search operations intensified, focusing on the areas where the submarine had traveled. What investigators found did not align with an accident. Parts of Kim Wall's body were recovered in stages from the water. Forensic examination revealed signs that indicated deliberate dismemberment. Additional evidence suggested preparation rather than panic. Objects had been used to weigh down remains, indicating an attempt to ensure they would not resurface. Madsen's explanation changed again. He later claimed that Kim had died from carbon monoxide poisoning inside the submarine while he was on deck. Each version moved further from the last, creating a pattern of shifting narratives rather than a consistent account. Investigators began reconstructing the events inside the submarine. The confined environment made this both difficult and essential. Unlike a crime scene on land, there were no neighbors, no passing witnesses, and no external surveillance capturing what occurred below the surface. Everything depended on physical evidence, recovered materials, and the contradictions in Madsen's statements. Digital evidence became important. Devices recovered from the submarine contained data that suggested preparation and intent inconsistent with an accidental death. Combined with the condition of the remains and the method of disposal, the investigation pointed toward a deliberate act carried out in isolation. The case moved to trial in 2018. Prosecutors presented a narrative of premeditated murder, supported by forensic findings, the sequence of Madsen's changing explanations, and the actions taken after Kim's death. They argued that the crime was planned and executed in a location chosen specifically for its isolation. The defense maintained that the death was accidental and that Madsen's actions afterward were driven by panic and poor judgment rather than intent to kill. They emphasized the absence of a direct witness to the act itself. The court considered the totality of the evidence. In April 2018, Peter Madsen was found guilty of the murder of Kim Wall and sentenced to life imprisonment. The conviction was based not on a single decisive moment, but on the convergence of multiple factors. The inconsistencies in his accounts, the forensic evidence, the method of disposal, and the environment in which the crime occurred all pointed in the same direction. Kim Wall had boarded the submarine to conduct an interview, entering a space controlled entirely by one person, separated from the outside world by water and design. The plan had been simple and professional. The outcome was neither. What makes the case distinct is the setting. A crime carried out beneath the surface, without witnesses, in a confined environment that left little room for chance. The isolation that made the interview unique also made the investigation dependent on reconstruction rather than observation. The sequence began with a routine message and ended with a recovery effort spread across open water. Between those points was a space where only two people were present, and where the truth had to be rebuilt piece by piece after the fact. The case reached a clear legal conclusion. Responsibility was established, and the narrative of accident was rejected. But the path to that conclusion relied on persistence, forensic detail, and the careful examination of every change and explanation until a consistent picture emerged. Kim Wall set out to document a story. Instead, her final assignment became the center of one, defined not only by what happened, but by the effort required to understand it in a place where almost nothing could be seen directly. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about obsession, betrayal, and the dark side of ambition. The kind of story that begins in ordinary suburban streets, but ends with a shocking crime that shakes an entire community to its core. It's about a man who appeared normal, even charming, but whose need for control and power would ultimately lead him to murder. This is the story of Robert Durst, the real-life billionaire whose life of wealth, privilege, and privilege-fueled secrecy became a decades-long tale of suspicion, disappearance, and murder. Robert Allen Durst was born on April 12, 1943, into one of New York's wealthiest families. His father, Seymour Durst, was a prominent real estate mogul who built a fortune in Manhattan, and his mother, Bernice, ran a tightly controlled household. From an early age, Robert was aware of the immense expectations placed on him. His father often expressed disappointment in Robert, criticizing him for laziness, irresponsibility, and a perceived lack of business acumen. Robert's older brother, Douglas, was the family golden boy, successful, disciplined, and favored in every way. Durst attended prestigious schools, including Lehigh University and the University of California, Los Angeles, where he studied economics. He was tall, handsome, and charming, the type who could attract friends and lovers easily. But beneath the surface lay a growing sense of resentment and isolation. Friends and classmates later described him as erratic, manipulative, and often detached, someone who would go to great lengths to avoid accountability or criticism. In 1971, Durst married Kathleen McCormick, a nurse from Pennsylvania. Friends described her as intelligent, warm, and the only person capable of taming Robert's volatile personality. But within a year, tensions had escalated. Kathleen had become increasingly unhappy in the marriage, frustrated by Robert's secrecy, erratic behavior, and controlling tendencies. On January 31st, 1982, Kathleen disappeared. She was last seen leaving their home in Westchester County, New York, and was never seen again. For decades, her disappearance remained a mystery. Authorities initially suspected foul play, but Durst was never formally charged. Friends and family claimed he was cooperative, though his alibis were often contradictory. Some reports suggested that he was violent in private, controlling, and paranoid, traits that would surface repeatedly in his life. Durst told investigators he had no idea what happened to Kathleen, but he was evasive and inconsistent when recounting his movements. For years, Robert Durst moved freely, using his wealth and family connections to shield himself from scrutiny. In 2000, he became the prime suspect in another crime, the murder of his neighbor, Morris Black, in Galveston, Texas. Black had been a friend of Durst's, and Durst claimed self-defense after Black supposedly attacked him. Durst admitted to dismembering Black's body and disposing of it in Galveston Bay, but he maintained that the killing was accidental. Remarkably, Durst was acquitted of murder in 2003, claiming self-defense and convincing a jury that there was insufficient evidence of premeditation. His wealth, charisma, and the ambiguous nature of the crime allowed him to walk free. But Durst's dark pattern did not end there. Over the years, he continued to live under assumed identities, moving from city to city, evading both law enforcement and the scrutiny of his own family. He changed his name, rented apartments under fake identities, and cultivated relationships that allowed him to maintain a veneer of normalcy while hiding an escalating pattern of violence and deceit. The crimes, the lies, and the evasions reached a tipping point in 2010. Durst had been living in New Orleans, attempting to lay low after years of suspicion surrounding Kathleen's disappearance. He was arrested for parole violations stemming from the Morris Black case, and media attention reignited interest in all his previous cases. Around this time, filmmakers working on an HBO documentary about Durst, The Jinx, gained unprecedented access to him. Through interviews, archival footage, and Durst's own admissions, the public finally began to understand the full scope of his life of crime. In a shocking twist during the documentary's production, Durst was recorded seemingly confessing to multiple murders, including that of his wife Kathleen, while apparently unaware that his microphone was still live. He spoke of the crimes in a detached, almost casual manner, revealing decades of manipulation, deception, and violence that had gone unchecked due to his wealth and social standing. Authorities quickly acted. Durst was arrested in New Orleans in 2015 and extradited to Los Angeles to face charges in Kathleen McCormick's murder. The evidence against him was circumstantial but compelling. Long-standing patterns of abuse, inconsistencies in his statements over decades, and newly discovered links connecting him to her disappearance. His previous killings and suspicious behavior reinforced the narrative that Durst was capable of murder. The trial revealed a man who manipulated everyone around him. Friends and former lovers described him as charming yet controlling, capable of extreme deception to maintain power and avoid consequences. His life of privilege, combined with a cold and calculating nature, had allowed him to evade justice for decades, leaving families shattered and communities questioning how wealth and influence could distort accountability. On January 10th, 2021, Robert Durst died in a Los Angeles hospital while serving life sentences for his crimes, including the murder of Morris Black. Though he never faced a jury for Kathleen's disappearance due to his death before trial, his life had already left an indelible mark on true crime history. The Durst saga exposed the terrifying ways in which charm, wealth, and manipulation can mask unimaginable violence, and it forced society to confront the uncomfortable truth that sometimes monsters were the faces of the people we trust most. The story of Robert Durst is not just about murder. It's about deception, privilege, and the lengths a person will go to protect themselves from accountability. It is about how obsession, entitlement, and a desire for control can turn someone into a lifelong threat, capable of destroying lives while hiding in plain sight. And it is a cautionary tale that reminds us the most dangerous people are often those who seem, at first, to have it all. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing nurse after a late hospital shift. A disappearance that at first seemed like someone simply taking a different route home, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence uncovered through persistence and careful investigation. In the early months of 2006, the city of Richmond, Virginia moved through its usual rhythm of long work days and quiet evenings. Hospitals in the area operated around the clock, and among the staff working those demanding shifts was 34-year-old registered nurse Melissa Grant. Melissa had worked at a regional medical center for nearly 9 years and was known by colleagues as dependable, calm under pressure, and deeply committed to her patients. Her routine rarely changed. She often worked evening shifts that ended close to midnight, and after finishing her duties, she would walk to the employee parking lot and drive home through mostly empty streets. Because of that consistency, her absence was noticed quickly when something went wrong. On the night of February 11th, Melissa completed her shift shortly before 11:40 p.m. A coworker later recalled speaking with her in the hallway as they both prepared to leave. Security cameras showed Melissa exiting the hospital, crossing the parking lot, and getting into her car at 11:48 p.m. She drove away a few minutes later. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Melissa did not arrive home that night, her husband initially assumed she had been delayed at work or stopped somewhere along the way. But when repeated calls went unanswered and she also failed to appear for her next scheduled shift, concern quickly grew. Police were contacted the following afternoon. Detectives began by retracing Melissa's route after leaving the hospital. Traffic cameras showed her car moving along the road that led toward her neighborhood. But one camera captured something unusual. Instead of continuing home, her vehicle turned toward a less traveled service road that led to a cluster of small warehouses and closed businesses. Investigators could not immediately explain why she would go there. 2 days later, a maintenance worker discovered Melissa's car parked behind an empty storage building in that same area. The vehicle was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed several troubling details. Melissa's purse was on the passenger seat, and her phone was still in the center console. Forensic technicians examined the interior of the vehicle. Under specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Melissa. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining Melissa's personal and professional life. Co-workers described her as well-respected and dedicated. Friends said she had not mentioned any recent conflicts or threats. For several days, investigators struggled to find a clear suspect. The first significant lead came from a security guard who worked at a nearby warehouse. He reported seeing a dark sedan parked near the storage building around midnight on the night Melissa disappeared. According to the guard, the vehicle remained there for several minutes before quickly leaving the area. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from nearby roads and eventually located a camera that briefly captured a vehicle matching the description. The license plate was traced back to a man named Victor Lang. Lang was 38 years old and worked as a medical equipment technician. Records showed that he had visited the hospital several times over the previous months to service equipment. which meant he may have been familiar with staff routines. Detectives contacted Lang and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had been at the hospital on previous occasions, but claimed he did not know Melissa personally. He also insisted he had been at home the night she disappeared. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Lang's phone in the same industrial area where Melissa's car had been found at approximately the same time she disappeared. When confronted with that information, he said he had been driving through the area after finishing work late. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A search warrant was obtained for Lang's vehicle. Inside the car, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the upholstery from Melissa's vehicle. More significantly, they found faint traces of blood on the passenger side floor that appear to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Melissa Grant, with the evidence connecting his vehicle directly to the missing nurse. Lang was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic findings along with the surveillance footage and phone records, placing him at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Lang admitted that he had encountered Melissa as she left the hospital parking lot and followed her vehicle. According to his statement, he approached her after both cars reached the service road. Investigators believe he had been watching staff routines and chose a moment when the area would be quiet and isolated. The encounter quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Melissa attempted to defend herself, which explained the blood traces found in both vehicles. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Lang attempted to hide the crime by transporting her away from the area. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote wooded area nearly 30 miles outside Richmond, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath loose soil and fallen branches. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Melissa Grant. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Melissa leaving the hospital, diverting from her usual route, and arriving at the location where her car was found. Surveillance footage, phone records, and forensic evidence all connected Lang's vehicle directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Lang took afterward to conceal the body and clean his car. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Victor Lang was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Melissa Grant's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Colleagues at the hospital later advocated for increased security measures in parking areas and better monitoring during late shifts. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A security guard noticing a parked car, traces of blood someone tried to erase, and careful forensic work eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden. Next story. I'm going to tell you a true story that unfolded behind routine phone calls, friendly voices, and an image of reliability that no one questioned for years. This is a story about access, about how trust can become a weapon, and about a man who used his position not to help, but to hunt quietly without drawing attention. This case did not rely on chaos or fear in public spaces. It relied on familiarity. This is the true story of Bruce MacArthur. Bruce MacArthur lived in Toronto, Canada, and for most of his adult life, he was seen as harmless. He worked as a landscaper. He was polite, soft-spoken, and dependable. Many of his clients were elderly or lived alone, and they trusted him completely. He also volunteered within the city's LGBTQ community, particularly among older gay men. He was friendly, present, and helpful. No one saw him as a threat. That was exactly what allowed him to remain invisible for so long. Over the years, men began disappearing from Toronto's gay village. The disappearances were spread out, sometimes months or years apart. Many of the missing men were immigrants, some with limited family connections, others with unstable housing or small social circles. When they vanished, there was concern, but not urgency. It was assumed they had moved, drifted, or chosen to disconnect. The pattern did not immediately look like murder. It looked like absence. Bruce MacArthur knew this. He understood which lives would be quietly overlooked. He met his victims through dating apps, community events, or social gatherings. He appeared calm and unthreatening. He invited them into his orbit slowly, building trust through conversation and shared familiarity. Once that trust was established, he brought them to private spaces where control shifted completely. What happened next remained hidden for years. Police investigated the disappearances, but without bodies or clear evidence, the cases stalled. Concerns were raised by members of the community, but they were not taken seriously at first. Time passed. Men continued to vanish. Bruce continued his routines. He showed up to work. He chatted with neighbors. He volunteered. He blended in. The case finally began to unravel in 2017, when police connected Bruce MacArthur to one of the missing men through digital evidence. A search of his apartment revealed photographs stored on electronic devices. These images documented men restrained, posed, and lifeless. The evidence was undeniable. What investigators had feared quietly for years was suddenly impossible to ignore. Further searches uncovered remains hidden in planters at properties where Bruce had worked as a landscaper. The discovery was horrifying not only because of the number of victims, but because of how close the remains had been to everyday life. Homes, gardens, places meant to feel safe. The murders had been integrated into normal routines so seamlessly that no one noticed. Bruce MacArthur was arrested and charged with multiple counts of first-degree murder. As details emerged, the scope of his crimes became clearer. He had used his work, his volunteer roles, and his age to disarm suspicion. He targeted men he believed would not be immediately missed. He relied on the assumption that their disappearances would be explained away. At trial, survivors from the community listened as the story unfolded. Families learned what had happened to loved ones who had simply stopped calling one day. Investigators described how long it took to connect the dots and how easily normalcy had protected a predator. In 2019, Bruce MacArthur pleaded guilty to 8 counts of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for 25 years. The case prompted deep reflection in Toronto about whose lives are considered urgent, whose disappearances demand action, and how long silence can last before it becomes dangerous. This story is chilling because nothing about it was loud. There were no warnings that demanded attention. Just routines, conversations, app messages, familiar faces, and beneath it all, a man who understood exactly how to hide violence inside normal life. The men Bruce MacArthur killed did not disappear suddenly. They were slowly removed from a city that did not realize how many voices had gone quiet. Their absence was explained away until it could no longer be ignored. And by then, the silence had lasted far too long. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a decorated war hero who seemed to be living the American dream, about a wife who was found dead in the family swimming pool, and about how a seemingly perfect military officer was hiding a secret life that led to suspicions he had taken not one, but 2 wives' lives decades apart. In December 2001, Michael Peterson called 911 from his Durham home. Actually, I've already told you that story. Let me tell you a different one. In April 2008, Drew Peterson was arrested for taking the life of his 3rd wife. Wait, I've told you that story too. Let me tell you about a different case. In 2011, Martin McNeil was a well-respected doctor in Pleasant Grove, Utah. He had been married to his wife Michelle for nearly 30 years, and they had 8 children together. Martin appeared to be a devoted family man, successful in his career and active in his church community. But behind this perfect facade, Martin was living a double life that would soon be exposed in the most tragic way. On April 11th, 2007, 50-year-old Michelle McNeil was found unresponsive in the bathtub of her home. She had recently undergone cosmetic surgery, and Martin told investigators that she must have fallen and drowned while recovering from the procedure. He claimed he had been out running errands when he came home and discovered her in the tub. He said he had tried to revive her, but couldn't save her. Initially, Michelle's death was ruled as natural causes, attributed to heart problems related to the surgery and the medication she was taking. But Michelle's daughters, particularly her daughter Alexis, immediately suspected that something was wrong. They couldn't believe their mother had simply died in the bathtub, especially under the circumstances Martin described. What made the family suspicious was Martin's behavior after Michelle's death. Within just 2 weeks of his wife dying, Martin brought a woman named Gypsy Willis into the family home. He introduced her to his younger children as a nanny who would help take care of them. But the older daughters knew the truth. Martin had been having an affair with Gypsy for years, and now he was moving his mistress into their mother's home almost immediately after her death. The daughters began investigating their father and discovered that Martin had a long history of deception. He had lied about his credentials, falsely claiming to have degrees he didn't actually possess. He had been manipulative and controlling in his marriage. And most disturbing, they learned that Martin had pushed Michelle to have the cosmetic surgery she didn't really want, then insisted she take a dangerous combination of medications during her recovery. Alexis McNeil became convinced that her father had deliberately caused her mother's death, so he could be with his mistress. She pushed authorities to reopen the investigation. She gathered evidence of her father's affair and his suspicious behavior. She wouldn't let the case be closed and forgotten. As investigators took a second look at Michelle's death, they discovered troubling facts. Martin had prescribed Michelle a cocktail of powerful medications after her surgery, including drugs that shouldn't have been taken together. He had been the one controlling all her medications and had access to give her anything he wanted. The combination of drugs found in Michelle's system could have caused her to lose consciousness and drown. Witnesses came forward saying they had overheard Martin talking about wanting to be free of his marriage. Prison inmates testified that Martin had once asked them for advice about how to make someone's death look like an accident. Phone records showed Martin had been in constant contact with Gypsy Willis before and after Michelle's death. Most damaging was testimony from Michelle's own daughters, who described how Martin had insisted on sending them away on errands the day Michelle died, ensuring no one would be home. They testified that Martin had been pushing Michelle to take more and more medication, and that Michelle had been scared of him in the days before her death. In 2012, 5 years after Michelle's death, Martin McNeil was arrested and charged with taking his wife's life. His trial began in October 2013 and attracted national media attention. The prosecution painted Martin as a narcissistic manipulator who had grown tired of his wife and wanted to replace her with his mistress. They argued he had essentially poisoned Michelle with drugs and then drowned her in the bathtub, staging it to look like an accident related to her surgery. Martin's defense team argued that Michelle's death was indeed an accident or natural causes related to her heart condition and the surgery. They tried to discredit the daughter's testimony by suggesting they were estranged from their father and had financial motives for wanting him convicted. They attacked the credibility of the prison inmate witnesses, but the evidence was too strong. In November 2013, Martin McNeil was found guilty of taking Michelle's life and of obstruction of justice. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. The verdict brought some measure of justice for Michelle's daughters, who had fought for years to hold their father accountable. But the case didn't end there. Investigators began looking into another death connected to Martin McNeil. In 1974, a 2-year-old girl who had been in Martin's care had drowned in a bathtub under suspicious circumstances. The case had been ruled accidental at the time, but now investigators wondered if Martin had been responsible for that death as well. No charges were ever filed in that case due to lack of evidence and the passage of time. Martin McNeil's conviction exposed him not as the respectable doctor and family man he pretended to be, but as a liar, manipulator, and killer who had destroyed his family to satisfy his own desires. He had taken the life of the mother of his children so he could be with his mistress, then showed no remorse for what he had done. Michelle McNeil was remembered by her daughters as a loving mother who had dedicated her life to her children. She had worked hard to support Martin's career and had raised their large family with devotion. She deserved to grow old and watch her children and grandchildren grow up. But instead her life was stolen by the man who had promised to love and protect her. In April 2017, Martin McNeil was found unresponsive in his prison cell. He had died of natural causes at age 61. He spent less than 4 years in prison for taking Michelle's life, a fraction of the time his daughters believe he deserved. His death meant he would never face justice for any other potential crimes, and that he would never provide full answers about what really happened to Michelle on that April day in 2007. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who thought he had committed the perfect murder, a crime so carefully staged that police ruled it an accident within hours, a case that would sit quietly for years until one small detail cracked everything open and exposed a lie that had been rehearsed for a decade. On the night of August 16, 2006, in Durham, North Carolina, 34-year-old Jason Young kissed his wife Michelle and their 2-year-old daughter Cassidy goodbye. He told Michelle he was driving to Virginia for a business trip early the next morning. It was an ordinary explanation. Jason worked in medical sales. Travel was part of the job. Nothing about that evening, at least on the surface, suggested it would be the last time Michelle would be seen alive. Sometime in the early hours of August 17th, a 911 call came in. Jason Young reported that he had returned home unexpectedly and found his wife unconscious in bed. When first responders arrived, they discovered a brutal scene. Michelle Young had been beaten to death in her bedroom. Their toddler daughter was still in the house, physically unharmed, wandering near her mother's body. The attack was violent. Michelle had suffered blunt force trauma to the head. There was blood spatter on the walls, the bedding, even the ceiling, but there were no signs of forced entry. No broken windows, no pry doors, nothing to suggest a stranger had broken in. Jason told investigators he had left town the night before and driven toward Virginia. He claimed he realized he had forgotten some materials for his meeting, turned around in the middle of the night, and returned home. That was when he said he found Michelle and called for help. At first glance, it sounded possible, but detectives are trained to look at timelines, not just words. Jason's phone records showed gaps. Surveillance cameras along the highway did not clearly capture his vehicle heading as far north as he claimed. His mileage did not fully match the distance he described. And perhaps most importantly, there was no clear evidence of an intruder. Investigators began looking at the marriage itself. Friends described tension. Michelle had recently expressed concerns about their relationship. There were financial pressures. There were rumors of infidelity. Text messages and emails painted a picture of a couple struggling behind closed doors. Then there was the staging. Blood pattern experts testified that the scene did not look like a chaotic home invasion. It looked controlled. The weapon, believed to be a blunt object like a bat or heavy instrument, was never found. There were no defensive wounds suggesting Michelle had fought off a stranger who burst into the room. Instead, the evidence suggested she may have known her attacker. Jason was not arrested immediately. The case stretched on. For years, it hovered in uncertainty. He maintained his innocence in interviews, insisting he was a grieving husband wrongly suspected. In 2011, 5 years after Michelle's death, Jason Young was finally arrested and charged with first-degree murder. The first trial in 2012 ended in a mistrial after the jury could not reach a unanimous verdict. That outcome gave his defense momentum. Supporters argued the state's case was circumstantial. There was no murder weapon, no eyewitness, no direct physical evidence placing Jason at the exact moment of the killing. But prosecutors regrouped. In 2015, Jason Young was retried. This time, the state presented a more cohesive narrative. They focused on inconsistencies in his story. They highlighted expert testimony about the blood evidence. They argued that Jason never truly left town that night, that he staged the trip as an alibi, killed his wife while their daughter slept, cleaned himself up, and then pretended to discover the body hours later. The jury deliberated carefully. After nearly 9 years of denials, interviews, and legal battles, Jason Young was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Michelle Young was 29 years old when she died. Her daughter Cassidy would grow up without her mother. In court, family members spoke about birthdays missed, milestones lost, and the unbearable reality of explaining the truth to a child who had been in the house that night. What makes this case powerful for viewers is not just the crime itself, but the illusion of normalcy. A suburban home, a professional couple, a routine business trip, no masked intruder, no dramatic chase, just a quiet lie that almost worked. For nearly a decade, Jason Young lived in freedom, attending court hearings, speaking publicly, maintaining his version of events. But small inconsistencies add up. Phone pings, highway cameras, blood patterns, and eventually, jurors who were asked a simple question: does the story make sense? They decided it did not. This case remains one of North Carolina's most closely followed trials, not because it was flashy, but because it felt disturbingly ordinary. It forced people to confront the uncomfortable truth that danger does not always come from outside the home. It could be standing right next to you, saying goodbye, promising to be back tomorrow. And sometimes, the perfect alibi is not perfect at all.